right now. Who said so? Who said so? Let me take some.
Ladies and gentlemen, the exits will soon be closed. We need you to please be seated and please be quiet as well. If you have friends outside the hall, please tell them to come in now. This exit is going to be closed first, and then this one. So please, let's have everyone come back into the hall. Can we have everyone back in the hall, please? I also need Dr. Weber's attention in front of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, let's settle down. You want to put it now? Yes, I'm going to speak to the organizers. I'm going to sort it. I can even sing it and get everyone to start with the same. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, by now we should all be seated. Can someone please just tell those guys outside to come in now? We're about to shut all the doors. Please, can someone tell them to come in now? Is he outside? Later on.
So we're good for you. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to restart this event. I would again appeal that we please have our seats and be quiet. We're about to restart the event. If I could speak in all the many different languages, I would do so right now. But I think English works best in this case. Or pidgin. I beg, make una keep quiet. We won't start. What other language? From over 51 African countries here today to celebrate, to learn, to collaborate, to share experiences, and most importantly, to begin Africa's new future. The businesses that will be set up, the entrepreneurs and individuals that are here will be part of Africa's re-emergence, because we know that this continent has always been great. Well, we have a distinguished lineup of speakers. You have listened to some of them already, and we still have some that haven't come on stage yet, who are geared, who are ready to engage you all. Now I'm going to welcome on stage right now a very distinguished lady and someone who we've been waiting for and we're so delighted to have here. She is a corporate governance consultant and she will be speaking on the summary of the TOE way. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, please welcome Angela Aneke.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to race through this. How many of you read the TOE way? How many of you read 100% of the TOE way? Oh, good. How many of you read 75%? So anyway, I'll take it that most of you have read it. I'm like John the Baptist. The real TOE is coming, so I just have the benefit of and the privilege of talking about the TOE way. I have to talk very quickly because apparently I have like 10 minutes. Okay. So basically, there's a certain way that TOE does business. There's a certain way that has led to his successes. And we thought to codify it, to institutionalize all, his achievements. So we came up with the TOE way. And basically, it leverages, his history, his legacy, his track record, his personality traits, etc. I think I better use this. I'll just go straight to week 1 because apparently I don't have much time. Excuse me. Sorry? Okay. It's not moving. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So week 1 was on ideation. And basically, ideation says, theory says, ideas can come from anyone and anywhere. Okay, so the principle is, it's not about the subject matter experts. Ideas can come top down. Ideas can come from the subject matter experts. Ideas can come from your customers. Ideas can come from outside your industry. You know, but ideas can come from anyone, and you need to be open to that. But the key thing is just make your ideas a reality. Don't just come up with ideas, make your ideas a reality. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Creativity. Week 2. One of the things that theory says, next slide please. Okay, that slide's fine, sorry. The slide before is fine. The slide before is fine. The next slide. Okay, so one of the things that theory says basically is that understand your market and then disrupt the market. Okay, so understand the market, understand what your competitors are doing, and then disrupt the market. And that's where your creativity comes from. It's all about being novel, it's about being useful, and being appropriate. The whole idea is to create new markets, new customers, etc. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. The important thing that theory says is think, do. Think, execute. Think and accomplish in a timely manner, because you know it's not enough to come up with the ideas. You have to execute them quickly. Sorry? Okay, so week 3 was syndicating views. And management by consensus. So it's all about, you know, no one knows it all. No one has all the answers. So it's always good to share your ideas, share your thoughts, share your creativity with others. Syndicate your ideas, because you'll get other people's perspectives. You know, there's always something you don't see. And, you know, you'll find that as you syndicate views, you'll get more input, and your document or your product, your service, will be the richer for it. And on management by consensus, just remember that consensus is not 100% agreement. Consensus is, you know, unanimity, broad unanimity, but it's not 100% agreement. And I think the key thing about consensus is that you get buy-in. because, you have the opportunity to tell others, to win them over. I think we need to syndicate views on this. Sorry, I'm not going to use this anymore. I'm just going to talk through my presentation. Being meticulous. Week 4 was about being meticulous. And basically, what that means is, focusing on the minute detail. Focus on the minute detail. Be painstaking. Take extreme care. Be precise. Be thorough. Take notes meticulously. Week 5 was strong branding focus. It's all about who we are, how we project ourselves, what you say. It's all about your name, your slogan, your logo, your style, your premises, where and how you advertise. I've seen a lot of you use social media a lot. So it's very important, to leverage social media. It's all about your website, about how your employees behave, So a brand is not just a name. A brand is not just your color. And you have to focus on them. It's what distinguishes you from others. I want to read something from Samson Mayara. Is Samson Mayara here? Samson wrote, he says, participating in this training has helped me learn what I was not taught in class. As I look around where my business is based, I can't see a single business enterprise in the area of poultry who have a brand. He says, I am grateful to Mr. Tony Elumelu for these great business insights. I'm sure as my business becomes the first to have a brand, my products will move like hotcake. So that's for branding. Week 6, we focused on human capital, culture, rewarding performance, and performance management. Thierry says, one wrong hire and you can deviate from your strategic intent. Performance is key. Performance management is key. And he also stresses that wrong cultural values can kill an organization. So I'd like to read some feedback from Danladi Dow. Is Danladi Dow here? Danladi Dow? Okay, but Danladi Dow says, awesome. No doubt, hiring wrong hands will eventually cause you a lot of setbacks. Motivation is another key area in order to get the job well done. So hire right, hire smart, hire wisely, measure performance, and reward performance. Thierry says it's vision, it's strategy, it's people, and then performance criteria. If you fail to reward appropriately, in the long run, you will not grow a sustainable business. It's like a chain. If you do not reward, people will not deliver. If people do not deliver, there's no business. He says, I've embraced rewarding performance as it is a very important leadership tool for getting things done. Week 7, institutionalization and governance. I just have 2 words, build to last. Oh, sorry, 3 words, build to last. Week 8, we did hard work leads to productivity, effective meetings, getting things done, and then being results driven. Thierry says hard work leads to productivity. Discipline, hard work are what make a successful entrepreneur. And also, you need to use meetings. I don't think there's anyone that has worked with Theory that doesn't know he leads with meetings. I mean, he has meetings all the time. That's where he energizes the organization. That's where management by consensus comes into play. Okay, so meetings are important. Have meetings, don't just send mails. Have meetings. Nkem Okocha. Nkem says, thanks, Theory. With hard work, diligence, and excellence, we are good to go higher in our business. I just want to, two things I'll talk about on hard work. One, the 10,000-hour rule. Malcolm Gladwell. Has anyone read Outliers? Malcolm Gladwell says that you can't achieve mastery. You can't achieve mastery without 10,000 hours of hard work. So if you want to be the subject matter expert, if you want to be the best, there's that 10,000-hour rule. It's about working hard. Proverbs says, seest thou a man diligent in his work, he will stand before kings. You need to work hard. Theory works very hard. So work hard. Week 9, precision and rigor. Thierry says, rigorously translate your dreams to reality. So you set goals, you come up with ideas, you come up with, these novel things that you want to do. You've understood the market, you know how you want to disrupt it. You've said to yourself, this is what you want to achieve so many years from now. Rigorously pursue those dreams. Ikechukwu Obiora. I thought this would be the best way to summarize all that we've learned over time. Is Ikechukwu Obiora here? Okay, Ikechukwu. Ikechukwu said, an entrepreneur should set goals with precision, and the execution of set goals should be achieved rigorously. So it's about exactness, precise goals, and execute your goals rigorously. Week 10. Follow through and professionalism. So you have meetings, you come up with action steps. When you come up with those action steps, who's going to do what, when are they going to do it, who, what, when, what are they going to do, who's going to do it, what are they going to do, and when are they going to do it. You need to follow through, you need to follow up and ensure that everyone does what they're supposed to do in the organization. And then, you can follow up, you meet someone. I'm sure you're all meeting each other, networking, etc., collecting cards. Follow up, send a thank you note, send a mail, follow up on the contacts that you've met. Week 11, foresight and genius of the and. On this one, I think I need technology to help me. Week 11, can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. So, if you can focus on these, foresight is one of Theory's gifts. He has the ability to see beyond today, and you need that as an entrepreneur. Theory once upon a time said, as a child, as a student, as a young professional, and now as an entrepreneur, Africa has always been the center of my dreams and my prayers. Why are we here? Why are we doing the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program? It's a fulfillment of this, isn't this? And then he says, when he was in STB, I think, I can't remember what year he wrote this, but he says, we are going to write a generational statement. As today we may appear young, So today you may appear young, and people may not believe in you. People may not believe in us, but you're going to compel them to believe in you through your achievement. So it's important. And then the last one, in 1998, TOE predicted that the banking industry in Nigeria would consolidate. In 1998, he predicted this. The banking industry began to consolidate in 2005. So it's important to see ahead so that you can, be a step ahead of your competitors. And then, and the next slide, please. We've all heard of Michael Porter. Michael Porter, in 2004, he said in 2004 that TOE talked about setting up the Tony Elumelu Foundation in 2004. So the gift of foresight is really, really important. Then the genius of and. This is something from Jim Collins. He talks about the genius of and instead of the tyranny of or. When you're considering strategic options, many people would say, can we do A or B? B or C? Should we? It's not either or. One of the things that TOE encourages us to do is to embrace the genius of and. So you can always don't sort of say to yourself, is it A or B? In your business plan, in your strategic options, always say to yourself, I can do both. Week 12, resilience. And then reverse yourself if you've made the wrong decision. Resilience. And this is what Thierry says about resilience. He says, stay the course. It's about staying the course, staying power in the face of difficulty, underpinned by strategic vision and long-term vision. And then about reversing yourself. Reversing yourself if you've made the wrong decision. It takes humility to accept that you've made the wrong decision. But you don't want to let the error perpetuate itself. So we have to be humble enough to say to ourselves, we've made a mistake, let's change course. Let's reverse ourselves and make the right decision. Because if you it's wrong, and you stay on that wrong course, it's just going to lead you to nowhere. So resilience and reversing yourself if you've made a mistake. It's all about the ability to bounce back from disappointments. It's about mental toughness. We're in the tennis season, right? We're in the Wimbledon season. There's, I don't know if you all remember once who watches tennis here? Okay, not too many people. But if you know Serena Williams, there was once upon a time Serena used to lose her cool all the time. She used to lose her cool, throw rackets, she used to lose her cool all the time, constantly. But she was penalized once for doing so. And when Serena came back, she really bounced back from disappointment. I don't know if you see Serena now, she's calm, she plays very calmly, she doesn't express her emotions in any way, and she's playing the final today. So, for those of you that like tennis. So it's about mental toughness, it's about your ability. Don't, if you launch one product that doesn't work, don't give up. And then, so I'd like to leave you with, the last slide, please. This is what TOE said at the White House earlier on this year. He says, entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, make it louder for Angela and Neke. Now, she led governance, institutionalization, turnaround management, and perpetuity across the Hares Holding Group. She was on the board of UBA PLC and Transcorp PLC, the chairman of Teragro Limited, UBA Capital PLC, UBA Capital Europe, UBA Metropolitan, and CRC Credit Bureau. She also sits on the board of the UBA Academy, and she holds an MBA from the Warwick Business School, University of Warwick, UK. Please give a round of applause one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the best of the best today, addressing you, encouraging you, teaching you, and sharing this time with you. And earlier I said that we're going to have a surprise. Well, our surprise package is here, and I would humbly and kindly ask that you rise to your feet as we welcome His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He has taken time away from his very busy schedule to be with us. We also have present His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Benin Republic, here with us. We also have His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, here with us today. They're about to come in, and they're in very good company. We also have a representative of the Governor of Ogun State here with us, our host state. Okay, so we need to figure out where they're going to come from. It doesn't seem like it's this door. All right, we also have here present, and earlier I told you guys I'm one of his sons, the Chancellor of Covenant University, Alta, where we are. Bishop David Oedeko is here, as well as... Okay, so let's have our seats. Let's have our seats for now. That was just to warm you up. Yes. Just to get you ready. Just to get you ready. You can have your seats now. So are you warmed up? Are you pumped up? Fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our distinguished guests in the holding room. So I'm going to do a little off the cuff here now. I'm looking at her right now, so she kind of like has a clue. I'm going to get her on stage to speak and address you for 5 minutes. But we also have here present the Acting Consul General of the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, in the person of Dihab Gabriel. Now, just one quick thought. Just a few days ago, on the 4th of July, the U.S. marked, of course, as you know, independence anniversary, and we saw an outgoing Consul General, Jeffrey Hawkins, amazing guy. Time will let me go into who Jeffrey Hawkins is, but Jeffrey said something about Dihab. He during the send-off, he said, "This is my mentor." And she's someone who's worked closely with Jeffrey Hawkins before he left the U.S. mission. And she's here representing the U.S. government. So it's safe to say she's here representing President Barack Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dihab, who will be doing a very short 5-minute address as we expect our main guest. Please make it loud until she comes to stage.
Good morning, everyone. I bring you greetings from President Obama and the U.S. mission in Nigeria. I'm very happy and delighted to be with you this morning. I want to start by congratulating Mr. Tony Elumelu and the Tony Elumelu Foundation for the vision to bring all of you together here. It's almost like the African Union meeting in Nigeria. And it's not only the African Union, it's the entrepreneurs, the future generation that will transform this continent that's meeting here today. The Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program has a lot of affinity with a lot of initiatives that President Obama put forth. When he visited Ghana in 2009, I was in Ghana, and I remember clearly what the message was from the United States government at that time. It was a message of Africa has gone through a lot of transformation. Following independence, African leaders were sent to the United States, to the United Kingdom, and other places in order to get the training skills that they needed to run independent African countries. And he mentioned that they have done their part. They have brought Africa from colonialism, independence, and running governance. But he also mentioned, and many of you may remember, he mentioned that the young African leaders have a role to play. And he initiated the Young African Leaders Initiative, which has his hallmark. And following that, obviously, more needs to be done. And that transformed into the Mandela Washington Fellowship as well. And I want to ask you, how many of you are Mandela Washington alumni? Congratulations. Wonderful to see you here. So there is a great affinity between TIP and Mandela Washington Fellowship and the Yali Network altogether. These are young people, Africans, coming together, whether it is in sparking businesses that are critical to transform Africa in the 21st century, or whether it's in public service or civil society. You are the future of this continent. And we're all delighted to see that it's not only the United States, it's not only Africans who need to take initiatives to transform the continent, but everybody has to come together to really build this continent in all spheres, whether it's in the economic sphere, good governance, and civil society. So there is a lot of affinity between what the U.S. government has been doing and what you're all doing here together. Education is important. Not only education the way we know it, but education that helps people develop the critical skills that are needed to really be inquisitive, ask questions, and stay away from, we know what it is today, but the future should be different. Just seeing the ordinary things that we see cannot transform society. You really have to be critical, look at your surroundings, and say, how can we do it differently? How can we create homegrown solutions to problems in our communities? So I ask you to look around and ask yourselves, that's why you're here anyway. But beyond that, to grow your businesses, as the presenters have said earlier, you really need to be very critical and take risk and work within your community and build your businesses so that you can employ people. And employment is a huge problem in Africa. We hear over and over that 60% of Africans are under 30 or maybe under 25. And so the energy is there. I have participated in interviewing YALI participants and Mandela Washington Fellowship Program applicants. And the energy that exists out there is just remarkable. But what it needs is a big push. Governments have to do their part as well. Without the friendly environment for investments, it's going to be difficult to get the resources to come to you to expand your businesses. So it's not only the private sector, but it's also governments that have to do their part in order to increase the economy of the countries. So briefly, this is a goodwill message from all of us at the U.S. Mission. I also want to mention the Global Entrepreneurship Summit that's taking place in Nairobi. How many of you know about that? Okay. I want you to read more about it. It's intended to bring investors and inventors together to mentor them and to provide resources. So I want to wish you all the best. I ran out of time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Diha. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time for us to rise again on our feet. We'll know if it's a second exercise in a short while. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibajo. Please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation and chairman of Heirs Holdings, Mr. Tony Elumelu, CON. Ladies and gentlemen, we have His Excellency Lionel Zinzu, the Prime Minister of Benin Republic. Distinguished guests, His Excellency the Governor of Kaduna State is here, Malam Nasiru El Rufai. Our host state, Ogun State, we have the Governor, ably represented by the SSG Ogun State Barrister Taiwo Adeoluwa. Ladies and gentlemen, with you on your feet, we'll have the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now have your seats. We would give our dear journalists 30 more seconds to take pictures, and please clear the stage. We would like our photographers to have 30 more seconds and then kindly clear the front of the dignitaries. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, men of the press, our dear journalists. We thank you. We appreciate you so much. We would like for you to please clear the stage. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is an auspicious occasion. It's a great day. And allow me again recognize and celebrate the presence of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, GCON. It's such an honor to have our Vice President here with us. We also have present His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Benin Republic, Lionel Zintu. We are in Songo Ota, Ogun State, so it's important that we recognize the presence of the Governor of Ogun State, Governor Ibikunle Amosun, ably represented by the SSG Ogun State, Barrister Taiwo Adeoluwa. We also have present here His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El Rufai. Ladies and gentlemen, she spoke just before our dignitaries walked in, and she's the Acting Consul General of the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, Dihab Gibab. Please put your hands together. Earlier, I introduced myself as an alumni of this great institution on whose grounds we are. Ladies and gentlemen, my father, the Chancellor of Covenant University, Ota, Bishop Dr. David Oyedepo. I am not in any way qualified to introduce all these great men, I must say. And this is a ground where dreams are nurtured and dreams come to pass, I would have to tell you. I was under the tutelage of the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, who is also here present. He was the head of my department, but he's now Professor C.K. Ayo and the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University. Please put your hands together for him as well. Thank you. It's a great day, and there is one man who has gathered all of us here today. Now, time will not let us, say all about TOE, as we fondly call him. But ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, the founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation and Chairman Heirs Holding Group, Mr. Tony Elumelu, CON. All right, keep it down. Now, you all need to be careful. Remember, we have politicians in the house. I don't know, sir, but you need to be careful not to threaten our politicians with that Tony. Sir, please, you're not threatening in any way. We're just appreciating him. I don't think he's seeking office, or he will seek office. Yes, I don't think so. But ladies and gentlemen, the Tony Elumelu Foundation has put together this great event, the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program Bootcamp, and you all are the Tony Elumelu entrepreneurs. Put your hands together for yourselves. You are the superstars. We're going to have a short video presentation titled Building a Legacy, Changing the Narrative. That is going to be brought forward in a short while. But just to let you know, the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program launched in December of 2014. And this program is a $100 million initiative to discover and support 10,000 African entrepreneurs over the next decade, with a target of creating 1 million new jobs and $10 billion in additional annual GDP contribution Africa-wide by the end of the program. As the representative of the U.S. government said earlier, we have the African Union represented here. We have delegates from over 51 African countries here in this hall today. So we're talking to Africa. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, you're all very welcome to this program. We've had a wonderful session. This is the second half, and we're going to kick off the second half with the video. Time will let us appreciate all of the other guests who are here. But ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to all our invited and special guests who are here present. We have captains of industry, we have politicians, we have entrepreneurs. Some of them you would still get to meet as the event goes on. The video.
For those who want to know what Tony will do post this night. As I said before, I'm going to pursue two passions: commerce and social giving. Social giving, I've launched the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which will help in developing business excellence and leadership in Africa. We are in the process of appointing a CEO. My family office will receive a certain amount of money every year, endow a certain amount every year to this office. And I do have networks and partnerships across the world that have also agreed to support this initiative. We all share a common belief. The belief that Africa's future lies in the destiny of Africans. Family and I decided that we have to play a key role in developing the continent, especially in a manner that's sustainable. And the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program is our first significant move towards that objective. We decided, not because we have so much, but because of the fact that no one but us, as Africans, will develop the continent, and that we must seek to develop the continent in a manner that is sustainable. And we realize that entrepreneurship, private sector engagement is key in developing the continent. And because of this, we decided that let us play our own role in creating 10,000 entrepreneurs in the first instance. And the foundation is going to be there whatsoever. So after 10 years from now, we decided again what to do. But these 10,000, we believe strongly that each of them will help to drive the development of the continent and also help to address the challenges of unemployment that we have on the continent. Life has come, as I said, in a full circle, because today, the lucky entrepreneur I was at some point will today embark on the journey of giving back to the continent. It has given so much to me, and doing it, if I may say so, at an unprecedented level. Through the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program, I am committing $100 million to support the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
What is the drive behind this initiative? What do you want to see achieved in Africa?
I mean, as the judge said, born and bred in Africa, and also work in Africa, create create some wealth on the continent, both for oneself and for people who believe in me and invested in me at the time. I thought we should institutionalize this luck. We should create similar opportunities for others who have great ideas. we should encourage people to succeed, realizing that ultimately as they succeed, their success becomes collective success for everyone in Africa.
One of the most vibrant parts of the Nigerian economy has
Believe strongly in the power of entrepreneurship in providing economic solutions to the continent and Nigeria's challenges. But for entrepreneurship to do well, the enabling environment has to be put in place. Today, I'm happy to inform you that the process has closed and you have emerged as one of those pioneer African entrepreneurs who will join hands with me and others to transform our continent.
For our panelists, one sentence, what would your advice be to entrepreneurs and startups listening to you today? Go ahead, Tony. We'll go right down.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused. So what we did was to mobilize people, and we created more awareness. Women, African women, where you apply for TIP, and so we saw a lot. We have seen that the greatest entrepreneurs of our time are women. My mother she's not so active again, an entrepreneur. And whatever I am today, my entrepreneurial calling, I took it from her. In July, they will come from all corners of Africa to Lagos for a bootcamp, where they will complete the training and build Pan-African network that will last them a lifetime.
Tony Elumelu has recently launched this challenge and backed it with $100 million of his own money to support a Pan-African era of entrepreneurs. And I'm very, very enthusiastic about the work that he's doing. And I'm very enthusiastic because he represents someone who not only has been very entrepreneurial in his career in banking and in finance, but he's now putting back, so to speak. And not only is he looking at the broader African diaspora around the world, and I've managed to connect a few of my friends and network with Tony, he's looking very much inward across Africa.
Now, a $100 million initiative to look for and support 10,000 African entrepreneurs over the next decade is already getting some results. The Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program, the first initiative of its kind to be launched by an African philanthropic organization, is designed to empower the next generation of African entrepreneurs, like our two guests this morning, Carlos Moyo and Rodrigue Tose, who took part in the 12-week training program. And let's welcome them into studio. So good to have you. Welcome to Morning Live, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Tell us a little bit more about this program. Just give us a bit more background. I don't know who wants to take that one. Would you like to talk about that?
So basically, the program is part of a concept called Afro-Capitalism, which basically aims at ensuring that the next generation of African entrepreneurs it starts with the idea and how should I put it across? They are tasked with the ability and everything that they need to make sure that Africa's destiny is put in its own hands and its own young people.
Yes. Okay, so in a nutshell, that's what it's all about. So tell us a little bit more about this. How was it for you, Rodrigo?
Yeah, it was It was a very interesting experience because it opened us to that idea that one with a good idea and good training could realize his potential, his dream, and that's what this whole program was about. Giving a chance to African entrepreneurs with good idea to be able to make the dream come true.
This is a great day for all of you that are here as entrepreneurs. Thank you to Elumelu for putting this together. These are great folks that are going to be creating businesses for Africa. I know you're young people, you have a lot of talent. You're all going to be job creators for Africa and not job hunters. And you need a lot of support. I want to assure you that as President-elect of the African Development Bank, I will be there to hold your hand, to support you, and to celebrate you as you all take on the road and build global businesses. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see your businesses succeed.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Altmans. I've had 2 startups and 2 exits. I'm the founder of Global Entrepreneurship Week and the Global Entrepreneurship Network, now operating in 160 nations. And I want to congratulate you on getting to today's boot camp. I also, in particular, want to congratulate Tony Elumelu. Those of you here with this opportunity, use it wisely. This field is no longer something of narrow commercial significance. It represents the possibility of human endeavor for the benefit of all. Today, you're helping your fellow citizens, your community, and you're not just creating jobs and expanding your economy, but you're improving the quality of life and the welfare of fellow citizens. Good luck, enjoy the boot camp. I wish I could be there.
Just last words, it's a young guy out there who wants to be the next Mr. Tony Elumelu to go on the world, make billions of dollars, but also, affect change. So what would be the last thing you would say as you go to?
As I would say to upcoming African entrepreneurs, to African entrepreneurs, that your idea can change the world, and don't give up, dream big dreams, and be hardworking, disciplined, be focused, and be long-term orientation, and don't ever be put off or deterred by starting out with the environment we have. Out of this environment, some of us have been met, and you can also be better and also don't give up.
Things of farmers is to make a new kind of airplane that has no pilot. It has no fuels, so we'll be using, let's say, parachutes to fly. So the aim is to fly the farmers' freights with very low cost. So that is it. Because most of the farmers in Africa here work very hard but earn very low. So our project is to make an airplane that can fly the stuff and then make it.
Surtout, il a eu surtout à nous encourager par rapport au choix qui a été fait sur nous. Et surtout aussi de faire en sorte que vraiment que nos projets réussissent pour qu'on puisse vraiment donner l'exemple à d'autres.
I'm Jude from South Africa. I'm from Benin.
I'm from Kenya.
I am from Nigeria.
I'm from Angola.
I'm from Rwanda.
I'm from Uganda.
I am from Burundi.
I'm from Ghana.
I'm from Zambia.
Cameroon.
I'm from the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I'm from Johannesburg.
I'm from Kenya.
I'm from Nigeria. I am from Zimbabwe.
Join me at the Entrepreneurship Program Bootcamp.
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 Ladies and gentlemen, another resounding round of applause for the Tony Elumelu Foundation. And yes, you can stand, you can make it a standing ovation, that's fine. All right, thank you all so much. Thank you very much. My goodness. It's just that the next election is 4 years from now. And unfortunately, we have people from Burundi, from Rwanda, and you people don't have voters. So, but it's all good. Well, the social media executive of the foundation just passed me a note. The hashtag TEEP is trending right now on Twitter. Yes. So please, everyone should get on Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter account, open now. Daddy Bishop, are you on Twitter, sir? Daddy, I'm sure you're on Twitter. I'm sure Daddy's on Twitter. I'm sure Daddy too will tweet with the hashtag TEEP. And everyone else, please tweet with the hashtag TEEP and just share what you're experiencing here. You can also follow Tony Elumelu on Twitter at Tony O Elumelu. Tony O Elumelu on Twitter. And please tweet with the hashtag TEEP. Now we're going to move on straight, and I'm going to invite the next speaker, a very distinguished guest here. Now, but for you to know, the top 5 sectors of the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurs 2015 are agriculture, education, commercial retail, ICT, and healthcare. And it's interesting to note that agriculture takes the chunk, 30%. 30% for agriculture. So we have a lot of people in agribusiness here today. And this next speaker is the executive governor of one of the agriculture hotspots of Nigeria, and I dare say sub-Saharan Africa, Kaduna State, a very lush and green state. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a warm, resounding round of applause, let's have right now His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El Rufai. as he speaks on creating an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. Please have your pens, your papers. This man is going to drop a lot of hot things, so get set. A round of applause one more time.
I'll use this. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my brother, and also the National President of the Nigerian Association of Short People, I'm a member of that association. Professor Yemi Osinbajo, our respected guest, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Benin, the SSG of Ogun State, my brother and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, I just call him Tony, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very, 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 very honored to be here. To be standing before 1,000 entrepreneurs that may well determine Africa's future is indeed a great honor. I'm happy to be here. I've been asked to speak on what governments can do to create an environment that will facilitate entrepreneurship. I don't know why Tony chose me to speak about this. I would not call myself an entrepreneur. I am just a series of accidents. But for the time being, I'm the governor of the third largest state in Nigeria. With some 8 million people, 3/4 of which are young people below the age of 40, and 80% of which are unemployed. This is a major challenge that we face in our state. And this challenge is not unique to Kaduna. I think it is typical of most of Nigeria and indeed most of Africa. Africa has a great opportunity because with our youthful population, we stand at the throes of reaping a major demographic dividend if we leverage that asset through education, better healthcare, and opportunities for full self-realization. But we're also in danger because if we don't leverage and convert that population into an asset, all sorts of bad things can happen. This is why I want to use this opportunity to commend and congratulate my brother Tony for what he's doing in this area to harness the energies of Africa. You are the energies of Africa. Africa is a very profitable place to do business. Rates of return here are higher than anywhere in the world, but it can be very challenging. However, the opportunities are immense enough to justify the effort. Some people think Africa is a country. My American friends would say I came back from Africa last month. But Africa can be a country. With people like you networking and building companies and businesses, we may end up with one African country of entrepreneurs. In 10 years, with 10,000 like you, even if the success rate is 10%, it means we are going to have 1,000 businesses in Africa employing millions of people. So again, I commend Tony for this vision. And I congratulate you for being the first set of African entrepreneurs. But being selected for this program is the easy part. The difficult part is to make your ideas work. Convert your ideas into thriving businesses and be the future Tony Elumelus of your countries and of the continent. Entrepreneurs can choose to see problems and impediments, or they can embrace these as opportunities and possibilities. And here I will tell you a story. Because some 16 years ago, I was appointed the Director General of the Bureau of Public Enterprises. The Bureau of Public Enterprises is a federal agency in Nigeria in charge of privatization. One of our flagship transactions was to privatize the then national telecoms monopoly called Nitel. Nitel had sucked about $7 billion of government investments to provide Nigerians with less than 500,000 working telephone lines. Nigeria had the most expensive phone network in the entire world and perhaps the most inefficient. We were determined to privatize Nitel as well as open up the sector for private sector competition. I remember when we prepared the information memorandum for the sale of Nitel, the forecast of the size of the mobile phone market in Nigeria was 5 million subscribers in 3 years. Much as I tried to convince our investment bankers that that estimate was way too low, they were convinced based on the statistics that Nigerians could not afford GSM lines. And if all works well based on our GDP per capita, in 3 years, 5 million Nigerians would have phone lines. I was sure they were wrong. We invited many big companies from Vodafone to AT&T to come to Nigeria to bid for Nitel or to bid for GSM licenses, and they declined. A South African company called MTN, which was not even the market leader in South Africa, took the plunge. Today, MTN is the largest telecoms company in Africa and is in a position to buy Vodafone and AT&T. Why? Because they invested in Nigeria. 70% of MTN's growth and revenues come from Nigeria. And just to put things in perspective, we got 5 million lines in less than 6 months. And today we have over 150 million lines. I'm saying this to encourage you and to also tell you, as you pursue your ideas, when someone says, this is impossible, reply with 2 sentences. 1, nothing is impossible. 2, impossible only takes longer. And pursue your dream. You have advantages over your independence era phobias. you have more exposure, and we live at a time when entrepreneurship is seen positively. When I graduated from university, my parents wanted me to go straight into a government job or work with a construction company. I graduated as a quantity surveyor. When I decided 6 months after my youth service to start my own business, everybody said I was going to starve. Because the national mood then, this was 1981, the national mood then was not for entrepreneurship. It did not encourage people to go out and start their businesses. But today, because of the successes of Bill Gates, Tony Elumelu, the young man who is the founder of Facebook, I can't remember his name. He's young. He's younger than my oldest child. The mood has changed. So you're going to be encouraged not only by your parents, but also by society. So nothing should stop you. But let me go to the main point of my presentation, which is what can we do as government to make life easier for entrepreneurs? Because believe me, the quality of your government can either make you succeed or kill you. My favorite story here is the first chapter of a book called Why Nations Fail. How many of you have read it? Why Nations Fail. Oh my, you have to read that book. But in the first chapter of that book, a story was told of 2 towns or villages called Nogales. One in Arizona, and across a dividing wall, one in Mexico. 2 towns with the same name. But that's the only thing they have in common. Nogales in Arizona is a widely successful town. Per capita incomes in the range of $20,000, while Nogales in Mexico, $300, and people trying to jump over the fence to go to Nogales, Arizona. Why? The difference is government. Nothing is possible without a functioning government. Now, when governments work, you take them for granted. You think they are doing nothing. But trust me, without a functioning government, nothing is possible. And I'll tell you a story. Because when I graduated from university as a quantity surveyor, there were only 30 quantity surveyors in Nigeria. So before graduation, I had job offers. I could choose which job I wanted. I didn't need to apply for a job. Of course, I joined the private sector. I was doing very well. And I decided that this is the way to go. This is my life. I have no business ever working for the government. After all, those that work for the government are lazy, they are corrupt. Why would I want to work for the government, be seen as lazy and corrupt and on a low pay? And I figured out that if I made enough money, I could take care of myself. I could insulate myself from the corruption and inefficiencies of government. If the electricity supply doesn't work, I will buy my own generator. If the public water supply doesn't function, I drill my borehole, install my water treatment plant. I believed that strongly. And I want to assure you, most of us, of my age, around 50, that graduated in the 70s and 80s, had this worldview. Then in 1996, when Sani Abacha was head of state, I woke up one morning and we had no gasoline, no petrol in a country that is the 9th largest producer of petroleum in the world. How did that happen? That happened due to the failure of government. And that's when I realized that no matter how rich you are, without a minimally functioning government, you are toast. There are some things you can never do for yourself. You cannot secure yourself completely. You cannot build your own road. You cannot build your refinery. You need a functioning government to either do that or organize it to be done. And that's when I decided in 1996 that if I had an opportunity to work in the government, I'll give it my best shot. And here I am. Now I'm telling you this story. I'm telling you this story to lay the foundation of what I'm about to say, and which you will meet as entrepreneurs. You will succeed to a large extent because of the power of your vision and your focus, but you need a friendly environment that encourages innovation, encourages risk-taking, and rewards it. And that kind of environment can only be created largely through policy and legislation. And only governments can do that. And this is my point. Governments can help create the environment for entrepreneurs. By guaranteeing the rule of law, government can help support the certainty and predictability that entrepreneurs require. For entrepreneurs to thrive, contracts must be enforceable. In my opinion, the purpose of government is to protect persons, property, and promises. 3 Ps. Any government that can protect persons, properties, and promises can be deemed a successful government. We need an impartial judicial system and efficient law enforcement. These are public goods that, as I said, you take for granted when they work. But for many of us in Nigeria in the last few years, we have seen that these are things that you cannot take for granted. A few days ago in my state of Kaduna, 25 people died from the work of a suicide bomber. That focuses one's mind on the importance of security. And what is tragic about knew that some persons were coming to Kaduna State with a bomb. We were tracking them. They got to Zaria and switched off their phones. And they could not be tracked any longer until 7 hours later when the bomb exploded. You can imagine my pain as governor of the state, that I had an inkling this was going to happen, but I was helpless because we didn't have the tools and the capability to nail down these people before they could do it. This is what governments must do better. Because without security, without protection, as I said, of property, persons, and promises, nothing is possible. And too many parts of Africa, particularly Nigeria, are under-policed. In Nigeria, we have less than 400,000 policemen. 150,000 of them are doing VIP protection duties. We need twice the police force we currently have to adequately police Nigeria. And these are basic things that we must put in place. But I want to assure you that President Buhari and our Vice President here are aware of this and are working on it. Give us 4 years. Nigeria will be a changed place. I see there are many APC people here. Any PDP man? Okay. There is one other area that government plays a very important role, the role of human capital development. Because basic education, particularly primary education, must be the responsibility of government. I believe that strongly, and I'm not a communist, trust me. Education helps to build a stock of skilled persons who can make contributions in business and be discerning buyers and consumers themselves. Illiteracy itself is not only a disease, but a restraint of trade, because an illiterate cannot make the choices that an informed person can make. Again, here, I believe that government has a role in ensuring that society is not only literate, but numerate. This is another area that government must play an important role. And I must say here that our party, the APC, is committed to providing every Nigerian child 9 years of free basic education. This is a compulsory and necessary foundation for the progress of society. And only governments can create the enabling environment to do that. And without this foundation, entrepreneurs will not have the tap of human resources to draw upon for the progress of their business. The third is social capital. In other words, trust. Societies with high levels of social capital encourage and develop entrepreneurs. That is why you find that most entrepreneurs spring out of places like the United States, Canada, Europe, and similar countries, because there is very high level of social capital. You can shake hands on a deal, no need to write agreements, because even verbal agreements can be enforced. And because of that weight of responsibility, society has come to accept that your word is your bond. Once upon a time, most of African society used to be like that. But the after effects of colonialism and post-independence errors in governance have reduced trust in our societies. The traditional structure of trust has been broken, and the modern structures of trust have not been fully entrenched. So we are in a problem, because studies have shown that countries with very low levels of trust can only grow family businesses. That is why most big businesses in places like Korea, you will find, started as family businesses. Whereas in countries with high levels of trust, like the US, you find huge companies grow out of, you don't even remember who was the founder of General Electric or AT&T. We still remember Bill Gates as the founder of Microsoft, but in 100 years, nobody will remember. Only governments, through law enforcement, protection of contracts, and a sanctions regime, can create that level of trust that will encourage entrepreneurs. And finally, I think as African governments and leaders, we need to adopt some kind of policy flexibility or policy coherence across the continent. Because when you move from one country to another, you meet a completely different policy regime. And if Africa is to make progress, if you are to succeed, the 50-something countries in Africa must operate as one unit with similar trading, investment, and policy regimes. This message is for Mr. Vice President. We need, as the largest economy in Africa and the most populous nation, Nigeria needs to take the lead in ensuring that we adopt a pragmatic approach of policy regimes in trade, investment, all across Africa. On this note, I will end and thank you for listening to me. I hope that some of you will come to Kaduna. Is there any one of you from Kaduna, by the way? Wow, that's good. Well, I will ask the Tony Elumelu Foundation to let me have your details. Because I will invite you to Kaduna State Government House and host you, and let's talk about what you can do. I also want to use this opportunity to announce to you that discussions have started between Bishop Oyedepo, Tony Elumelu, and the Kaduna State Government to establish Covenant University in Kaduna. Thank you and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Governor of Kaduna State, His Excellency Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Please put your hands together for him. Well, Malam, I will be submitting my name as well. I was born in Kano State, it's not too far. Yes, so I'm sure those who are non-Kaduna State indigenous are like, it's not fair, you know. Sir Tony, please, at the next boot camp, we need all 36 state governors, so that they can all make promises. We thank you so much, Governor, for that. Now, the Governor said a lot of important things, and I must say it was an honest presentation as he identified areas that government need to do better and strengthen. That's a very good one. As we seek to create this enabling environment, he also talked about policy coherence across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we started this event with a presentation on Africapitalism. Now, the term Africapitalism is one that has been coined by our man, TOE, Tony O. Elumelu. And one of the 6 principles of Africapitalism is regional connectivity. So I want to believe that the governor, in talking about policy coherence, is also highlighting the importance of regional connectivity. And Benin Republic is not very far away. But people who do business across the border will tell you of all the challenges. Intra-Africa trade is one of the areas that we need to improve. Now we have 51 delegates from across Africa. And I want to believe that post this boot camp, as we form collaborations, as we engage one another here, we can begin to solve this problem of regional connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here present the Prime Minister of Benin Republic, His Excellency Lionel Zinzu, and he'll be talking about supporting entrepreneurship. With a resounding round of applause, please welcome him forward. I will try not to make a statement about his height, especially since he is speaking right after Malam Nasir El-Rufai.
Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Mr. Governor, Mr. Chancellor, distinguished guests, and all of you young entrepreneurs from everywhere from 51 countries in Africa. Good afternoon, Africa. No, it's okay. For translators, le protocole voudrait que je m'adresse à vous en français. Et d'ailleurs, je veux saluer tous les francophones qui sont dans cette salle. Si j'étais tout à fait digne de ma grand-mère, je m'adresserais à vous en Yoruba. Mais nous n'allons pas respecter le protocole, ni la famille. Je vais vous parler en anglais, parce qu'il n'y a pas de frontières en Afrique et que nous sommes au Nigeria et que je veux honorer le Nigeria. So, I have two messages to deliver. One is, as an African, as a citizen of Benin, which is a sister country. As an entrepreneur, little entrepreneur, I've created a few small firms and small foundations, but I've also worked in established companies. So let's say, as a corporate man, I'm so pleased and so honored to be here. My first message is to say that Africa today is so proud of this foundation, proud of this program, proud of everything I have heard from the moment when I arrived on your project. And I started with my fellow citizens, the entrepreneurs selected from Benin, and I've started to work with them on their projects. I'm so proud. But I'm even more proud of being in Nigeria, and I know that 40% of you all are coming from Nigeria. And I want to pay tribute to Nigeria because not only you are the largest economy in our continent, not only you have one of the most robust growth in our continent, not only you have resurrected agriculture and you have taken so many initiatives, but you are the largest democracy in Africa. And what you have done in the lessons you have given to the world in the recent months, nobody has done in Africa, and everybody will try and replicate what you have done. My second message is, why the hell, having been 3 decades in private firms, I'm now the Prime Minister, and I've been so for the last 3 weeks. I hope that when you have succeeded in all your ventures, and it will be far quicker than 3 decades, I hope you join the administration, you join the community, and you share with your fellow citizens everything you will have learned, everything you will have experienced, because our citizens require that the political class be rejuvenated with you all, and even people old like me. Maybe I'm not a prime minister for more than, whatever, 3 months, 10 months, I don't know. What I know is that everything I do is a bit different. Everything I dream of is a bit different. And I will tell you why. Because the corporate world has some efficiencies that today all governments need. As His Excellency said, it's not in Kaduna State only that we need the efficiency, the good functioning government. We owe that to all citizens across Africa, and we have room to improve. I tell you, we have room to improve. We can bring, with the values and the experience of the corporate world, speed. I tell you, we were speaking of renewable energies. We can, in this country and the other side of the border, put in place in renewable energies. And I know that you have many projects in that type of energy in this room, in this auditorium. We can bring solutions, local, smart, based on technologies, grid technologies, photovoltaic technologies. We can bring solutions for our poorest communities in something which can be with the solar energy or the biomass, deployed in 4 months, 6 months, a year. Something very different from the centralized solutions. We can. Yes, we can. But we will not do it. We will not do it because we will prepare the project during 2-3 years, a project that we can deploy in 4 months. When you come from the private sector, it is just a scandal. You have to be able to prepare a project in 2 months and deploy it in 6 months when it's technically possible, and not 3 years and deploy it after that in 4 months. It is a scandal. You have to remain rebels. You need the spirit of being against absurd timings, absurd constraints, absurd red tape, absurd bureaucracy. You have to bring that in the government for it to become a good and functioning government. Second example, beyond speed, you need to consider your fellow citizens as your clients. You will have clients, each of you by definition, and you will be in competition, and you will be in a competition to serve your clients as efficiently as possible. Our citizens are not the clients of our administration. They have to be the kings. They have to be in the very center. I decided in terms of investment projects, of established companies as well as foreign direct investments entering in Benin, that the administration has now the duty to deliver all the administrative, regulatory acts. It's not for you as entrepreneurs to go from an office to another office and wait for bills and decrees and wait for signatures and spend and lose 1 year or 2 years for your project. It is for the administration to deliver that to you. We will revert completely the process. You are the clients of the administration, like you will have clients. When you come back to the community. When you join the administration in 3 decades, come back to the community with this will to make the citizens the clients of the administration and not the reverse, the citizens, the slaves of the administration. It is a complete difference. But public service is not the same as market and for-profit service. There is a difference, and I see that every minute of the last 3 weeks. The difference is that your most important clients will be the poorest. The most privileged have to be the poorest. What is a scandal today is that they are not the poorest, and even the poorest are not the privileged. And even when you consider our budgets, if you analyze them, you will see something which is a scandal when you come from the private sector. Our budgets are an immense transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. If you consider where the tax revenues come from, you will see it comes from the average citizen, the common man, subsidizing consumption of the richest. It is an immense transfer, which is the contrary of what has to be performed. And I will end up saying, when in 3 decades you come back like me to the administration, come back with the feeling that people is the very center. Thanks to people like Tony, finance now has been provided to Africa in far better volume and with a sophistication which is starting to be a good answer, a good response to our needs. We have in Africa today something that I will never have said 20 years ago, the financial means of performing our development, the sophistication, the proficiency, the institutions, and in many cases, including in this country, thanks to your central bank governor, recently, the regulatory framework and the proper monetary policy. And there again, Nigeria has been quite an example and a role model. But we are not using this resource as we could. In Benin, out of all the financial flows of public development aid, we use 26% after 5 years of what has been granted to Benin. If we were just able to consume 50% of the financial flows, 50, it would be an immense progress in our ability to perform development. Same in terms of private financing. As we speak, our administration is too weak, too small. I absolutely subscribe to what the governor has said, saying that the Nigerian police has to be twice the number. It's absolutely true of all our countries. Security, education, public health, all that, all those public goods have to be performed by more people. We are unable to absorb the financing that we can access to. This, for you, you will see, will be a problem because you will need venture capital. And even if we have a revolution in venture capital in Africa, you will need even more. We have to make a huge effort to use efficiently all our financial assets and be able to absorb more financing better. And this has been initiated in this country and by men like Tony. And I will try and make my part of that. So you see, when I see you, I will not say I have a dream. I will not even say I have an expectation that you succeed. With your values, creative values, innovation-based values, ethical values, and this conviction that people is everything, more important than capital, people and their knowledge, people and their ambition. I have not a dream. I have not an expectation. I have a certainty that you are the winner. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make it loud for His Excellency Lionel Zinzu. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Prime Minister Lionel Zinzu. Well, for you to know, the Prime Minister was one of the top private equity professionals in Europe. He was the president of PAI Partners, one of the top private equity firms in France, until just 3 weeks ago. Yes, put your hands together. He's also one of the most celebrated African private equity investors, and the president of Benin Republic just appointed him as Prime Minister 3 weeks ago, specifically to help transform the economy through entrepreneurship. So this is a man that understands the private sector and has built many successful businesses, and I am personally just honored and delighted to be in such great company and to be enjoying all these great thoughts and ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for Prime Minister Lionel Zinzu. All right, just for a point of note, the bootcamp actually started yesterday. For those who don't know, I think earlier I suggested that it's starting today, but I correct that now. It started yesterday. There were 3 sessions, very, very good sessions yesterday, and today is the second day and final day. The presentations that have been made earlier will be sent to every participant. A lot of people have been asking questions, so you would receive the presentations. The presentations will be sent to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this next man, I do not feel honored to introduce, but I'll try. And I hope I don't stutter. He is a professor of law. He was the former Attorney General of Lagos State. And I recently found out that he won an award, I need to read it out, the African Statesman Intercollegiate Best Speaker Prize, ladies and gentlemen. So we're about to listen to someone who is not just a teacher, a professor of law, but a great speaker. He is my vice president. He's your, well, if you're Nigerian, your vice president. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's rise on our feet as we welcome, with a resounding round of applause, a thundering applause, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, GCON, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please sit. I was listening with some apprehension to the Master of Ceremonies as he was about to introduce me, because he had said just after His Excellency the Governor of Kaduna State spoke that he wasn't going to comment on his height and the height of His Excellency Lionel Zinzu, the Prime Minister of Benin Republic. So as I knew that it would be my turn next, and since Malam El-Rufai and I have contested on this issue of who is taller, I asked the organizers whether they had decided by putting the Prime Minister just before me, whether they had decided that they wanted to hear the long and short of the matter. I think so I promised to be brief. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Benin, His Excellency Lionel Zinzu, His Excellency the Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, His Excellency the Governor of Ogun State, represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Mr. Taiwo Adeoluwa, the Chancellor, Covenant University, a great man of God and an exceptional social entrepreneur, Bishop David Oyedepo, the Acting Consul General of the United States Embassy, the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, OTA, Professor Charles Ayo, and our host, the founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation and chairman of Heirs Holding, Mr. Tony Elumelu. The 1,000 young entrepreneurs from all over Africa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I warmly welcome you all to Nigeria and to Ogun State. I'm particularly excited that the next generation of Africans have learned early the value of working together. You will not even need the binding force of the Africa Union or ECOWAS or any of the regional bodies to teach you to work together. You're already building friendships and business contacts across borders. This is as it should be. And we're all grateful to the man behind this dream, Mr. Tony Elumelu. Mr. Elumelu has demonstrated the daring spirit of the entrepreneur by investing substantially in the ideas and visions of so many young entrepreneurs. The Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program is one that deserves all of the commendation and acclaim that it is getting. And Mr. Elumelu himself deserves commendation, not just for putting his money where his mouth is, but for helping shape the future of the continent by building confident young men and women who will direct its affairs in the coming years. Africa stands at the threshold of greatness. After many years of being referred to as the dark continent, recording the bleakest figures in poverty, healthcare, literacy, and general human development, the world today sees Africa as the last frontier for development and lucrative enterprise. This is both logical and inevitable as a fact of history. But while entrepreneurship, free enterprise, and talent are the hardware of growth of businesses and economies, the critical software is character. Character, used in its most profound sense. Enterprise, commerce, and even societies cannot endure without high values and moral content. The values of self-discipline, deferment of gratification, hard work and innovation, integrity, and I'll return to this briefly, respect for credit and obligation, respect for the rule of law, the prompt payment of taxes and obligation. These are the critical components of successful economies and countries anywhere. Permit me to elaborate. Neither talent by itself nor business acumen can sustain businesses. Self-discipline, the ability to defer gratification, to save and to invest, to bear losses and disappointments and continue are critical. But even tenacity of purpose and discipline are not sufficient. At the core of enduring success is integrity. Simply put, honest, trustworthy behavior consistently. And I emphasize consistency in honest and trustworthy behavior. Trust is the currency of business. When trust fails, all fails. This leads to the point of respect for credit and obligation. The simple meaning of this is that enduring entrepreneurial success can only come when the entrepreneur is known for respecting relationships and other obligations. Credit is the life wire of commerce. Failure to meet credit obligation destroys the life wire itself. The borrower must be reliable and must respect the obligation to pay. Otherwise, credit will eventually dry up. The payment of taxes and other obligations is not a mere moral or civic duty. For the businessman, it is a demonstration of fidelity to the economy and the provision of resources for public infrastructure and services, which all businesses need. You cannot be an entrepreneur in a free enterprise system and expect the system to continue to work effectively for your benefit when you are a tax dodger. Good public infrastructure and services are crucial to commerce and industry. Payment of taxes and obligations for the entrepreneur is a matter of self-interest. It isn't a mere civic duty. Which leads to the last point, which is the respect for the rule of law. It simply means complying strictly with the law of the land, the rules, the regulations, the conventions of the business environment in which you work. A strong governance structure from the day you begin your business with a commitment to playing according to the rules. Many think that you can cut corners so long as you're not caught. Let me assure you that only a fool thinks that he's smarter than everyone else. One day you'll be found out, and then all the reputation, the wealth, and the acclaim will come crashing. Many of us have witnessed the collapse of some of the great business icons and the great business names around the world. And we know now that enduring success comes from a strong commitment to law and ethics. Respect for the law is not just a platitude. Law and order is crucial for an orderly and peaceful environment. Business cannot thrive without rules and regulations. Economies cannot develop without social entrepreneurship, but I'll come to that also in a moment. Let me say that Tony Elumelu's initiative goes beyond creating entrepreneurs. He has shown by this project that social entrepreneurs, that is, creating opportunities for others using commercial methods and strategies, is fundamental to development. Africa has the largest number of the poor and unemployed per capita. This is a serious problem, and we cannot run away from it. And so it's clear that economies cannot develop without social entrepreneurs. Businesses like governments must today support projects that offer opportunities for all. This is why I want to charge you all in your own little ways to become like little Elumelus during doing your own bit. Doing your own bit to create opportunities for others. Africa indeed today stands ready to seize the future. I say so because of you, young entrepreneurs who are here. your creativity, innovation, talent, and most importantly, strength of character is our future. Let me say how extremely proud I am of you all. I'm convinced that you will succeed because you have started very well indeed. I'm sure that your countries and our continent will be safe in your hands. Congratulations and thank you very much.
Mr. Vice President, sir, I would respectfully ask for you to remain on stage as we invite the governor and the founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, as well as the Prime Minister, to join you for a quick picture. Right after their picture, I would have the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor join them. Right after this session, then I'll have the Chancellor join them as well. Well, you can take pictures with your smartphones as well. And please tweet, don't forget, tweet with the hashtag TEEP. We need to balance the height on stage. I don't know how we're going to do it. I think the Prime Minister has to stay on the edge. Don't you think so? Okay, it's fine. Can we have the representative of the Ogun State Governor join for this session as well? Would also ask that the Vice Chancellor of Covenant University, join as well. We would also like to have the Acting Consul General and the CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation joining. At this rate, I can slot myself into it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to take it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for our distinguished guests, especially for our Vice President, His Excellency Yemi Oshibajo, GCON, for that wonderful address. Next, we're going to have a session, a question and answer panel session, and we have some distinguished guests who I'll be introducing. So I'll be reading their bios, and then right after the Vice President leaves, we would have them on stage. There will be a brief press conference, but if you're not a member of the press, please remain in the hall whilst the rest of the program continues. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an exciting one. Now, we would love for you to get your questions ready. We're going to have a question and answers panel session, and it's going to be moderated by a lady that I'm going to introduce. All right, whilst I'm reading the bios of our speakers, we're going to be doing some housekeeping, getting the seats on stage and getting set. Now, the next session would be on aspiring African entrepreneurs. It'll be moderated by Aruma Ote, OON. Let's put our hands together for her. Mrs. Aruma Ote was the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, from 2010 to 2015. Previously, she served as the Group Vice President, Group Treasurer, and other senior roles in her nearly 2 decades at the African Development Bank. Ms. Ote is an MBA graduate of the Harvard Business School. And ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have her here present. Could you just stand for recognition, ma'am, as we give you a round of applause? That is Ms. Aruma Ote. Just stand for recognition, not yet. We're setting up, all right, great. We also have here present Mr. Rashid Olaoluwa, who is the Managing Director and CEO of the Bank of Industry, Nigeria's preeminent development bank. Up until his appointment, Rashid was the Group Director, Financial Services at Hares Holdings. Prior to this, he was the Group CEO of United Capital PLC, as well as an Executive Director at UBA. Ladies and gentlemen, let us recognize the presence of Mr. Rashid Olaoluwa and give him a round of applause. He's here present. All right. Well, we have many superstars here and icons, both in the media and entertainment world. I didn't introduce myself earlier, maybe I should now, but my name is Oluwaseun. I'm a radio host on Nigeria Info, 99.3 FM. And I have a senior colleague, Egbon Oga at the top here, a media entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mrs. Mosumola Abudu. You know her as Mo Abudu. Mo Abudu went from being an executive with ExxonMobil to being the founder of Vic Lawrence and Associates, a leading outsourcing firm. She's the chairman and chief executive officer of Ebony Life TV, ELTV. And I know ELTV is on DSTV, and almost everyone here across Africa can watch ELTV. Is that right? Please put your hands together for Mo Abudu. She'll be on this panel as well. And can you stand for recognition? Just take a bow. We also have here another icon, but this time around in the entertainment business. And you watch her on Africa Magic in every corner of the continent. She's a superstar, and she's been named as one of the most influential people on the planet by Time magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, Omotola Jalade Ekende. Woo! Woo boy. All right. Back to what I was saying. She's a leading actress, entrepreneur, singer, and philanthropist. She was featured in the UK Telegraph and on CNN, as well as in Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world in 2013, and the icons category alongside Michelle Obama, Beyonce, and Kate Middleton. Ladies and gentlemen, Omotola Jalade Ekende. And last and definitely not the least, we have Mrs. Nimi Akinkugbe in the house. Please put your hands together for her. Yes. She is the founder and CEO of Best Man Games Limited, a leading games company and the African distributor of customized editions of Hasbro's Monopoly game. She has 23 years of banking experience, yes, including senior roles at Stanbic IBTC Bank, PLC, and Barclays Bank. And one thing that you guys should know, she plays the piano and plays that wonderfully well. She's a great musician as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mrs. Nimi Akinkugbe. So we have the chairs set, and I would now humbly welcome the moderator of this panel. I want to believe she will be with us in a short while. Ms. Aruma Ote, who would then invite the rest of the panelists on stage. This is the time when the MC now has to fill in the gap until the moderator comes forward, and here we are. Follow at Tony Elumelu on Twitter. How many of you are following Tony Elumelu on Twitter? All right, we can do something whilst we're waiting. And David Rice, please welcome David Rice. Please put your hands together for him. He's the director of the Afri Capitalism Institute. And we can have a quick poll. we did this yesterday, right? How many of you remember the procedure for the poll? If you do, please raise your hand. All right, so David, we're going to ask a very simple question, and we're going to get you to vote. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so what question is it?
So the first question, if you can activate your devices, and the first question will come up on your device. I'm waiting for the high sign from my colleagues over here to tell me when it's ready.
Okay, I think
so it's up
on
there.
The screen now.
All right, so this changes in real time for those of you who haven't used it yet. So as you're voting, the numbers will change. So the question is, the primary motivation for me to be an entrepreneur is. So if you can answer those questions, and we'll see in real time what your responses are. Is the network working for everybody? Well, I like the responses so far. Very ambitious.
Some people are watching YouTube videos. That's why the network is slow. So please turn off every other device and just use the device for the poll.
Well, even though we have about 60 votes, I think we have a winner. So congratulations, everybody. The majority of you want to be an entrepreneur to change the world.
Okay, let's put our hands together for ourselves.
Let's put up the next question.
I think we need to do some fun polls. Don't you think so?
We have a surprise coming.
A surprise is coming. Good.
Yes. All right, the next question. The greatest source of motivation for me to succeed comes from the options are your family, your peers, your community, your religion, or a personal hero. So you can only pick one. These may all apply to you, but you can only pick one.
Family and community are in a battle. The personal hero is lagging behind in third position.
What about, would you want to tell us who your motivation is? Which one of these applies to you?
Well, I think family and community together. It's almost a tie for both. Religion, really? 4.2%? And we're on church grounds. Okay. I think we have a...
Great. So
it's a tie.
It is a tie. Family, community.
Family and community. That's amazing. That says a lot.
It does. All right, why don't we take the next question? The next question. My ultimate goal is to be wealthy, admired, recommended, influential.
It's like we have many politicians in this place today.
Always more interesting when we have a clear winner.
Yes.
And I think we have just one more question. This one's a tough one. Now that I've seen her in person, Parminder is. Wow.
Okay.
And
that's a fun one.
I attribute that to the fact that her personality is so big that you think she's a lot taller.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for David Rice. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our moderator here present. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome right now Ms. Aruma Ote. And I would allow her welcome the other members of the panel. Please make the applause a bit louder. You can do better. You can do better. All right, so she's asked that I call up the other members. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Mrs. Nimi Akinkube on stage. Please put your hands together. Let's also have Omotola Jalade Ekende join her on stage right now. As well as Auntie Mo, as we call her. Ladies and gentlemen, Mo Abudu. And the gentleman had to wait for all the ladies to sit. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Okay. Omotola said I should wait for her to sit. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Rashid Olaoluwa.
Can I put this? I'm moving this. Okay, we better. Another table on the. So we need to pass the microphone back and forth. Okay. Get more mics, but you can pass it to. No, it's fine. Don't worry, we'll be good. If you're as excited as me about being here, give a real round of applause to the Tony Elumelu Foundation. Those who know me well know you're not doing a good job. Give a real round of applause to the Tony Elumelu Foundation. I am just excited to be around amazing people. So now you give yourself a big round of applause. Because I hear there were 10,000 applicants. 20,000 applicants, and there are 1,000 that made it. Can the people who made it give themselves a round of applause? Not people like me, I didn't make it. Well done, well done. We have an hour, and I do want to take the time to just focus on the great people that I have around me. But before that, I just want to say a few words myself. First, this is the greatest thing that Tony Elumelu, Pamenda Veer, and the team have done. And I say it because our Vice President said, truly so, that you're going to be the future leaders of this continent. Many of you know that I used to be the head of the apex regulator of the Nigerian capital market. And like the Prime Minister of Benin, I have a certainty that there will be at least 1,000 companies listed on the exchanges in Africa because of you all. And I say it with certainty, not as a dream, because Tony Elumelu, if you become a little Tony Elumelu, you will have UBA listed, you'll have Transcorp listed. If you decide to be Mark Zuckerberg, you will have your company listed in the US. If you're Elon Musk, who's South African, you will keep pushing the envelope. You will have Tesla, change the game, disrupt, find what is good, but you will also start looking into space. And of course, if you're Bill Gates, you will make all the money, be the richest man, give it all away to development, and still be the richest man in the world. So I want to be your friend. This is one of my reasons for being here today. I'm really excited, and I'm sure that we're going to have a really great session with the amazing panelists. I do not want to spend the time introducing them as individuals. I just want to say that the Tony Elumelu Foundation could not have chosen a more distinguished group of people. And the reason is they've done it. They've done it many times. They're serial entrepreneurs. So they didn't just start one company, they started several. And so I'm going to start with our lone man, Rashid Olaoluwa, who is the CEO of Bank of Industry. And when you say that he's CEO of Bank of Industry, you say, has he done it? This guy has done it several times. He took UBA to Africa. He was the pioneer CEO of UBA Capital. And now he's stepping back and nurturing others to realize their dreams. So my first question to you, Rashid, is similar to the one that the poll was done. Can you tell us what inspired you? And by the way, ladies, I will ask you that same question. What inspired you?
Good afternoon, distinguished entrepreneurs from across Africa. I'm really very pleased to be here this afternoon to be part of this panel. In my previous role as a CEO for UBA, expanding the regional business to Africa, I was lucky to have visited 32 countries in Africa. So you can see how much pleasure it gives me to find that we have 51 countries represented in this room. I say congratulations to all of you. For me, entrepreneurship is about making a difference in the society. And I'm very pleased to see the outcome of the quick quiz that you all just responded to in terms of what motivates you to be an entrepreneur. And I could see that 63% of the respondents, said they wanted to change the world. It's about how much impact can we make, how much positive impact can we make in our society, how much difference can we make in our society. And even in my current role as the CEO of the Bank of Industry, that's exactly what is driving us. Many of you will have heard that last week we disbursed loans to 2 entrepreneurs like yourselves who are now going to deploy off-grid solar energy solutions to rural homes in 6 states of Nigeria. That is the kind of difference I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. To my sister Mo, you are an inspiration. Isn't it great to have it be a woman that started the first global Black entertainment and style network? What was your inspiration? And I know you're a serial entrepreneur, but this one about TV is the one I'm looking at.
Yes. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, amazing entrepreneurs. I am a serial entrepreneur, so I've done many, many things. But I believe the last journey, which is Ebony Life Television, was inspired by the fact that when I look at all my experiences, I say that I'm identifying the white gaps. And the white gaps are those spaces in our society that exist, that need to be filled, and it's about making sure that your passion and your purpose meets with the white gap that you've identified. I look at Africa and I say, is it a continent of challenge or is it a continent of opportunity? And I would rather see the challenges as opportunities. And I would like to encourage you to see those challenges as opportunities, because it means there's an opportunity there for you to make good and to fill that white space. With Ebony Life Television, our journey, I would say, is probably twofold. One is to showcase the greatness of the continent, but the second is also for the world to understand that the continent of Africa has grown beyond the stereotypical image they have of the world. When I interviewed Hillary Clinton a few years ago, I said to her, how do we change this stereotype? And she said, Mo, voices like yours need to be speaking on behalf of the continent. Because the real deal is that if we don't change perspectives about our continent, the business that you are creating will not even have a chance of succeeding in the new global economy in which we're in today. We don't want it said that, oh, it's just another African business. We want it said that it's a great African business that is growing on the continent that is also recognized as great. Because the challenge we often face is that the Western media has painted the continent in a particular way. And unfortunately, they can't tell our story. We have to change the narrative about our continent, which includes all of you here and the great businesses that you're about to embark upon. So I feel that it's my God-given purpose to create as many platforms as possible to tell our stories to a global audience. And that's beginning with the journey that I took with Moments with Mo, and now Ebony Life, which is going to obviously expand beyond Ebony Life as we know it today into various other platforms. And that's my journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Change the narrative. You're doing a great job. I now turn to my other sister, Nimi Akinkube. One of my greatest desires in life is to have every African manage their money better. And we have a personal financial guru, but someone who has transformed the monopoly business for monopoly globally. What inspired you?
Congratulations, all you wonderful, wonderful entrepreneurs. I'm just totally inspired by all of you, and it's such an honor to be here. I was a banker for 23 years, first at Stanbic IBTC for 21, and then regional director of Barclays Wealth for 2 years. During that journey, I came across different stories of incredible success and people that did not manage well. And I'm talking about the journey of entrepreneurs like yourselves, not putting things in place to manage wealth during their lifetime and to leave a legacy after their lifetime. So in my time in the bank, we started bringing in young people, entrepreneurs, students, retirees, and talking about money, teaching people about how to manage their money. After I left the bank, I thought about developing a board game. And to cut a long story short, I came across the fact that you could customize Monopoly. And after 2 years of hard negotiations, we got the distributorship license from Hasbro, the owners of Monopoly, to create customized editions of Monopoly for 48 African countries. So we're very, very excited. So looking at all of you here, I'm looking forward to Kigali, Benin Republic, Uganda. So I'll be talking to many of you about that. Through the Monopoly board game, we seek to do 4 things. Personal financial literacy. We feel that if you can empower the family financially, you empower the community and you empower the continent. So we use the Monopoly game as well as social media, radio and television to empower people regarding their finances. Mo has been an incredible advocate about changing the African narrative. And like her, we want to change that story about death, despair, disease, corruption, Ebola. There's so much more on the continent. And when you see our Monopoly board games and show the African cities in the way that they should be portrayed, we hope that we'll get that message across. We also want to transform family lives. I grew up playing Monopoly, Scrabble, Trivial Pursuit, chess. Just having that interface, face-to-face communication, apart from the digital games, will go along to bring back those good old-fashioned family values. So really, our mission is to empower the world regarding personal financial management. We feel if we can all begin to understand those messages, know how to save and invest, that goes a long way. And for you entrepreneurs, it is critical that your personal finances are separate from your business finances and that you grow them along together. Thank you.
Wow, change the narrative. But you did make a few more points that reminded me of what the Vice President said to us, that it is integrity, it is trust that will sustain our businesses. So building the family around values is also something that you've shared. Or more sexy. I'm not hearing the whistles. Almost sexy. I need to hear the whistles. Thank you. I love her for many reasons. For all the things that she's done. An actress, a singer, a philanthropist. But this year, Almost Sexy, I haven't said that to you. I love you even more because she's leading one campaign, Poverty is Sexist, to ensure that people understand that you need to carry the women along if you want to transform this continent, if you want to transform the world. Well done on that campaign. What has inspired you so much? You've done so much in such a short time. What is your inspiration?
Thank you so much, Ma. Good afternoon! Hey! Well, so I'm extremely inspired by this panel as I'm just a fan as well. I'm listening and trying to grab every word because I'm continually learning myself. I'm also inspired by everybody who's gotten this opportunity to be here. I hate competitions, you know? I was once on a competition, Celebrity Takes Two, whoever watched that. And every week was like horror. So I can imagine what you've gone through and to come out, you know, a winner already. I just want to applaud you and I know this is just the beginning. So what has inspired me so far? I started my journey in entertainment. Actually, this is my 20 years anniversary this year. Thank you. So I started 1995. I was, just a teenager out of school. And I remembered, because I had lost my father, my mother coming very hard on me and being scared because everybody told her or were always whispering in her ears that I was going to become wayward. Because back in the day, when you finish your, I think that still happens, when you finish your secondary school, you wait for JAMB. So there's a waiting period. And so as a very young girl, I had a lot of, admirers. And those days we were on fire, we were hot. Yes, ma. So anyway, my mom thought, as an only parent, as a widow, that she wouldn't be able to, adequately monitor me. So practically, they started to look for something for me to do. It was either I go for this lesson or that lesson. But my mom was a widow and I wanted to help her. So my initial inspiration then was actually to help her. Even though she didn't believe it, but I really, truly wanted to help her because I saw how much she was struggling. And that led me into entertainment. But after I got into entertainment and I found out, I started, basically to research, I found out the power of entertainment. And the first thing I said to myself as a young girl, because I was really quite young, I was about 16 actually, and I remember saying to myself, especially when I started getting a lot of compliments and a lot of, should I say, recommendations from people, saying how good I was, I thought to myself, this could be powerful. And I saw within my local community, I wasn't a big star then, but you have to first become a local star in those days before people would actually start to recommend you outside or start to know you on the streets. And within our local community, I saw how much people actually respected me. And I was just 16 years old. And so the first thing that hits me is this. Whatever you do in life, as long as you do it well, you do it diligently, and you're very focused, people would actually come to respect you for it. And if you remember back in the day, nobody respected actresses. In fact, it was a shame to ever say you're an actress. In front of your mother, you will say, I'm a student. Then you will now whisper behind them, actress. They mustn't hear, you say you're an actress. Because back in the day, for you to be an actress, you were seen as a prostitute. Or, someone who didn't actually have a job. And when I started my journey and I started to notice that, this was a profession actually that people actually did in other climes and earned money from, I said to myself, I will change the stereotype. And this is what I have worked on all my life. And I've said to myself, since this is what I am going to do for a living, I will make sure that people respect me for what I do and I will earn a living. And so this has been my inspiration as I have gone along, to make sure that I change the respect or the stereotype attached to the kind of job I do and make sure that I earn truly a living from what I do. And here we are.
And you're inspired. Please give them a round of applause. I believe there's I need the MC to come and help me in this. If you're very good with competition, we don't have enough time. I want to give you a tip. If you want to get your questions answered, maybe you need to start now. And he tells me that you need to give the tip to everyone. I'll give you my microphone.
So sorry.
No.
So sorry. All right, so you have the URL. Please send your questions, and we'll be taking questions via the online platform only. All right, so when you're ready, just call me and I would read out the question. So you all have the links.
But it's first come, first serve. So you better go now.
Yes, we have a moderator who would sieve through the questions and take the ones that identify.
For everyone.
Yeah, for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can still compete and get yours ahead of everybody else. I have another question for these amazing, inspiring serial entrepreneurs. And I start with my brother again. In hindsight, all of your experiences, based on the many entrepreneurs you've nurtured, what are some lessons? What things could you have done better? What things could you have done faster?
I think the most important success factor in entrepreneurship is the quality of the team that you have in place to execute the plan. I was reading a piece recently that was written by a gentleman called B. Gross. B. Gross is the founder of Idea Lab. He's a man who is a serial entrepreneur. He has started several companies. Many have failed, many have also succeeded. And he listed 5 success factors, for startups. The first was the timing. You need to get your timing right. The second one was the quality of the team. The third one is the quality of the idea itself. The fourth one was the business model in terms of how do you organize all the resources, to be able to deliver the product or service to the customer. And then the last one is the funding. And of all the 5 success factors, he actually ranked the quality of the team as number 1. In other words, how do you get it done? So you can actually move from the idea to execution. How do you implement? There are so many people that have brilliant ideas, but they always fail when it gets to actually getting it done. So for me, when I look at a proposal from an SME, a small business, I'm always looking for who is the team. What's the quality, what experience do they have, and can they actually implement, can they bring this dream to life? So for me, that is the factor.
Mo, what do you agree? Do you have any other ideas?
It's really interesting when you look back over your life. I mean, I turned 51 this year, and I was in paid employment until I was 40. Maybe just under 40. But I then decided that I wanted to become an entrepreneur and go out there and take risk. And I think for me, the biggest lesson learned is I wish I started early. I really, really wish I took the plunge much earlier than I did. So you have that opportunity to really go out there. Don't let anyone say to you, you're too young. You're never too young. You've got to feel that passion in your belly burning. But take note, of course, there are certain things that you have to do, such as was mentioned. Make sure you've got the right team. Make sure you've got your funding in place. Make sure you do your research. But for me, the biggest lesson learned was I just wish I started 10 years before I did start.
Wow. Nimi, what about you?
Apart from having spent 23 years in banking, I do wish I started a bit earlier. But something else that's very, very critical, your human resource, as Rashid said, it's critical. Hire very slowly and fire quickly if you have to, okay? The wrong hires, as it was said earlier in the TOE way, I believe, the wrong hires can destroy your strategic intent. So it's very, very important that you quickly identify the best people that can walk this journey with you. You need to develop them and ensure that they are meeting their own personal goals as well within your vision. Empower them, reward them, but don't keep the wrong people. But remember, it's not all about you. As an entrepreneur, you can think that you know everything. If you can hire people that are cleverer than you, that would be great. Take advice, let them make mistakes. I was micromanaging too much, and I regret that. So now, because micromanaging stopped people from developing fast enough, you need to let people move along, make some mistakes. You stay as the overhead, but be careful with the people that you hire. Another thing is your relationships. Get rid of the disablers around you. Surround yourself with enablers, people that motivate you, people that enrich your life, people that you can depend upon. Don't hang around people that are going to keep saying, you can't do this, you won't succeed. And for those of you who choose to be married, the choice of a spouse is one of the biggest decisions for an entrepreneur. If you choose the wrong spouse, you will not be able to fly. So it's very important, especially for the ladies in an African patriarchal society. You must be very, very conscious. Okay, thank you.
Wow, I'm learning a lot myself. Hire slowly, fire fast. Worry about who your spouse is. Almost sexy. Tell me about your own views as to, ideas for us. I'm sure you're going to tell me about your husband.
Okay, that's where you want me to start from.
I do want you to start with that.
Okay, so I'm going to pick up on exactly what she said about marrying well, the spouse you pick. I think a lot of people already agree with that I married well, right? So, it's very important. I don't know how many people are married here, but if you are not yet married, you have an opportunity to pick right. So it's very important because if you are marrying someone who first and foremost does not admire you right now as someone who is passionate and who's driven towards their goal in life, you're definitely going to have a problem. I've met a lot of ladies who say, oh, he doesn't really like what I do, but he says he would support me. That is the biggest mistake you'll ever make. If he doesn't like what you do, he will not support you. So do not make the mistake to go on with that relationship into marriage because you never change anyone in marriage. Whatever he or she looks like before marriage is exactly what they would be after marriage. Sometimes even worse. Yeah? So it doesn't really necessarily get better, except of course, God is with you. So that's that about marrying the right spouse to, support your dream and your goals. I didn't mention previously when I spoke that I'm also an entrepreneur. I own a company called Red Hot Concepts. I started this company in 2005. So since they're talking about the things they regret, I think one of the things I, in hindsight, regret myself is that I micromanaged myself also a lot. What happens with a lot of us that are perfectionists is that we tend to think that no one can do it as good as we want to do it, right? You understand? So I'm very impatient in nature. So when I want to get something done, when you take too much time, I just get on with it myself. But I learned something. You said sometimes let them fail and learn. All right. That's hard because if you fail way too much, then we can, get it. But I understand that, and I think that's something even myself I have learned. But one of the things I'll say is the strength of my company. By the way, we are building right now, if not the biggest, one of the biggest film villages that would come out of West Africa or Africa. And I'll say that one of the things that I have learned myself in my business is that you never know everything. Research, research, research. Research is the key. I call myself a student of life. I am continually and consciously and continuously learning. I do not limit myself to who I learn from. I listen a lot. Even to my children. Actually, my kids have given me a lot of ideas, believe that or not. I learn a lot from everyone. I pick things from everyone. So I can call myself a professional thief because I will steal your ideas, steal your thoughts, steal your imagination. I will combine everything and I'll add it to mine. I was asked a long time ago if I had any role model. I said no. And maybe I thought if a few people thought that was a bit maybe arrogant. The truth of the matter is I am creating my own path. I haven't seen anyone who has exactly everything as a role model that I want to be. I just haven't. I hope that I am my own role model. I do respect a lot of people, and I take so many things from everybody that I respect. A little here, a little here, a little there. So this is the only thing I can say today. I hope that even if you don't admire someone, for so many other reasons, you can find something in them that you can learn. Don't ever write anyone off. Everybody always has something to offer, no matter how little it is. And I think this is the basis of, the learning for any entrepreneur.
I'm learning so much. I'm worrying that we're running out of time. I have two other questions for each one of you. So I'll take them together. Obstacles, and my sis Mo, I'll start with you. Obstacles you've faced. In 20 years' time, looking back, what legacy would you like to have left?
Interesting. One other thing I wanted to say earlier about lessons learned. Don't ever be afraid of the numbers. I find that as an entrepreneur, at times when you look at what you may need to start a business, you can sometimes sort of be hesitant and fear creeps in. Don't ever be afraid of the numbers, because if the business idea is good enough, believe me, you will find someone that will ultimately back you. It's really just about staying focused and persevering with that particular idea. With regards to obstacles, what I say in life is that you're going to meet two types of people. You're going to meet the dream makers and you're going to meet the dream killers. There's only one or the other. So for me, my journey has been about trying to ensure that I spend as much time as I can with the dream makers. And I try as much as I can to listen to the dream killers, because I find that from listening to the dream killers often becomes an even greater idea. So when someone sometimes thinks that they're doing you a disservice, they could actually be helping you enhance your position, your business proposition. So for me, in terms of overcoming obstacles, it's really about ensuring that the vision, the passion, the purpose of whatever the business idea that I have at that time is, because I'm a serial entrepreneur, and it's important to recognize the sort of entrepreneur that you are. Some people stay doing the same thing for all of their lives. Some like to do things for a season. Let it run. Hopefully it continues to run and you move on to the next thing. And I believe I fall into that category. And I thank God that all the other things that I have created somehow are still existing and they are being run. So it's important to succession plan and ensure that if you fall into that serial entrepreneurship group, you know who's going to be running that business once you've moved on. Another major thing that I would advise that for me has worked to ensure, I'd rather be positive about it than say the obstacles, but to overcome the obstacles, for me, the G factor is extremely important. And the G factor for me is the God factor. I can't make you believe in God, but it works for me. I don't know how else to put it. Some people are like, yeah, Mo, here she goes off on her spiritual journey yet again. But I can only tell you, when people say, what is your recipe? Yes, I work hard. Yes, I stay focused. Yes, I meet my dream makers. Yes, I listen to my dream killers. But God, ultimately, I believe, is the beginning and the end of absolutely everything that I do. Now, with regards to what legacy do I want to leave behind, if I look 20 years into the future, I want to have made a difference. I want to have impacted this generation, your generation, because I look at Ebony Life Television today and I look at the talent that we have on that platform. And I know that 12 months ago, 24 months ago, many of them were not doing very, very much. And I can see the impact that we've had in their lives in the last 12 to 24 months. And I can see that replicated across the continent because we do have a continent-wide reach. So for me, my vision, my passion is to continue to inspire the younger generation. I want to really spend the rest of my life empowering those that are younger than I am and ensuring that they can be better, 100 times better than who I am. So I can sit there and I can smile and I can say, I was part of making that possible. That's my legacy. Thank you.
Nimi, obstacles, legacy, 20 years from now.
Obstacles. I'm struggling with the Generation Y. I just haven't got my head around the way Generation Y, and many of you are in that generation, that the very young employees, it's very difficult to get them to stay focused, to make them think they want to stay long term. But I think the problem is more about me having to understand that generation, how to grow that, how to build that in my business. So maybe I see myself as an obstacle, and I at some point need to step aside and have a CEO running that business while I can retain the visioneering and look at the strategy, look at the long-term business. But maybe the day-to-day running of the business, you have to know if you are the right person to actually do that. And I'm sort of struggling with that at the moment. In terms of a legacy, my dream is to empower the African continent regarding personal financial management. I want to see people understanding that managing their finances is a way of life so that they don't run into all the struggles that many of us have been through. Personal finance is not taught in schools, so it's going to take us systematically, going step by step, school by school, to teach children about their finances. In terms of a legacy, I will look for the best people to take over my business, or the best. I would like to be we hope to be the largest, most successful gaming company in the African continent. And we'd be looking for the best partners to partner with. Another legacy I have is, I have 3 children, 28, 27, and 21. A major legacy. They're growing well, and I'm very proud of what they're achieving. A legacy for me is to have balanced African young people who see Africa as the future of the world. They all want to come back, and that's very exciting for me. And when I tell them, they're watching this right now, and when they see this happening, it's just extraordinary what the possibilities are, and I'm just so proud of what we're doing here today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, there's a lot of chatter and noise in the hall. Would appeal that you please keep it quiet and focus. Would really appreciate that. Thank you.
I agree with MC. This is such a unique opportunity, so I want to hear every word that these inspiring serial entrepreneurs share with us, and I hope you feel the same way. I'm learning a lot. Almost sexy. Obstacles you faced 20 years from now.
The obstacle I have faced in my journey has been constantly staying relevant in my business, my line of business, which is entertainment, and knowing the right decisions to take at the right time. I say this also because I got married very early. I got married when I was 18. So I had my children in quick successions, and the first fear you have in entertainment is, will I be able to remain relevant if I am always getting pregnant and always having children? So this was a very big obstacle for me, and so I had to, at every given time, get beyond, or should I say move above that obstacle. Also, I was in school. I was still in Yabatek when I got married and was having children. But it taught me something. It taught me that I'm actually stronger than I think I am. Because through this whole process, I had to multitask. I had to attend to so many other things, you know, and I still had to remain relevant in my job. So I think that is the obstacle most times, to actually multitask, to find the time to attend to every facet of your life that needs attention and get it right. So managed time would be a major obstacle. It is, I think, no more an obstacle for me now because I have mastered that problem. My legacy, hopefully, would be that I would change Africa. I've often been asked, time and time again, if I would like to leave Africa to go to Hollywood. Some of you must have watched my CNN interview. Actually, after that interview, my publicist had a heart attack. She practically fainted. She was like, how can you say that on CNN or Botola? That you don't want to go to Hollywood? How can you say that? But the truth of the matter is this: if we all leave, who will repair Africa? On this journey, I just got in last night anyway for your program. I just flew in last night for tip. And I was in LA and I had a meeting at Lionsgate. And this same question was asked: are you ready to move over to Hollywood? And this is a question that has reoccurred every time in my career. It is a very difficult question for me because every time I am tempted to leave because these opportunities are there. But I have often realized that someone named, what's the Jamaican superstar again, the singer? Bob Marley. Bob Marley never left Jamaica. He never left Jamaica. From Jamaica, he rules the world. So that is my inspiration. It is possible. It is possible that I will remain in Nigeria. Actually, I will remain in Lagos, and I will rule this world. That will be my legacy. So I hope that we would all, as we get empowered, remain in Africa and build Africa. Nobody cares about us, that's the truth. I'm well-traveled, and I've come to realize over and over that they really do not care about you. I am a human rights activist, and I say this most times. I say I am first an activist before I am a humanitarian. Some people don't understand that. I say humanitarianism teaches you to beg, to always ask. It tells you that you're below, you're beneath, you need to ask. And that's why you see a lot of Americans today are dependent on the government, on arms, on the social system, for sustenance. And they actually think it's a good thing. And I said, they keep you constantly asking and waiting and receiving. And this has been Africa's image for too long. We need to change that. Africa cannot remain in a level where we continue to ask for aid. We actually need to stop that. And even with my work right now with one.org, one of our major, should I say, campaigns is that they should actually stop lending money to Africa. We do not need money anymore in Africa. We do not. So many African countries, as a matter of fact, can lend money to developed nations. Am I lying? Am I lying? We don't need aid anymore in Africa. We don't. Because it does not go to the people. It goes into private pockets. And I am depending on myself and on you to make that happen.
Wow. I'm learning a lot. We could go on forever. But what I heard our host, Tony Elumelu, say on the video was a love and a passion for Africa. I hear Almost Sexy say the same. I hear Mo, I hear Nimi and Rashid imply that. Fire in your belly. Love for Africa, in addition to all of the other things that make entrepreneurs. I want to ask you, Rashid, in addition to obstacles, legacy, you need to tell those of us who live in Nigeria, how can we get money from BOI?
Okay, so first of all, for the winners of this tip fund from Nigeria, I have good news for you. TIP is going to start off with a $5,000 grant and $5,000 in a low-interest fund. After that, we have a red carpet awaiting you at Bank of Industry. Now, so I've discussed with the chairman of the Tony Elumelu program, entrepreneurship program, and we'll work together to ensure that the follow-up funding can come from the Bank of Industry.
Sorry. I know that all kinds of relationships you have across Africa. You know I'm an Africanist, from Algeria to Zambia. What are some of the things for non-Nigerians they can look to in terms of programs similar to yours?
Well, I think, unfortunately, I'm a government institution. I represent a government institution that is focused on Nigeria. So
you covered Africa, so you can share with us some general programs.
I'm sure there are development finance institutions in other African countries that will also key into what TIP has done. But let me just add very quickly. I wonder how many of you know which company invented the first electronic typewriter in the world? The first electronic typewriter in the world. IBM, no? The first electronic typewriter in the world. No. Okay, let me give you more clues. Which company invented the first laptop word processor in 1976? Yeah. Okay, now, the company is called Smith Corona. Now, the point I want to draw out of this short question I just asked you is, you see, your ideas make sense as of today, 2015, July. The ideas will not remain relevant forever. So it's important that you're always following the trend. You understand the dynamics of the economy because things will change. What makes sense today, what is relevant today, may become completely irrelevant in a few years' time. So my advice to you, please be watchful. Monitor your environment. Monitor your customers. Know what they really require. Know how their needs and requirements are changing and adapt as you go along. There used to be a company called, what's it called? This photo company that was doing the wait and get pictures. What's it called? Yeah. No, Polaroid. Yes, that should be a company called Polaroid. Eventually, there came Kodak. You know, you had these films that had 24 exposure and all that. What happened to them? They got overtaken by digital, camera companies. So it just shows you how the world, continues to change. So that's one advice I would like to leave for you. Now, to be a successful entrepreneur, you cannot afford to have a plan B. Listen to me very well. You cannot afford to have a plan B. You need to pursue your business like it's the only thing and nothing else. Now, in terms of what legacy we would like to leave, what we're trying to do at the Bank of Industry is to address a problem that people have spoken about for so long, but nobody has really tried to address the problems. People talk about, access to finance, access to finance, access to finance. But nobody has really tried to address other non-finance issues. And that's what we're trying to do. Recently, we appointed business development service providers, to work with entrepreneurs to help in preparing their business plans, to help in preparing their loan application to BOI, so that by the time they come to us, the chance of approval, the chance of success of a loan approval is actually a number of SME clusters, because we realize that one size does not fit all. So we're identifying different clusters and we're coming up with specific funds for the different clusters. So for instance, we just launched a Nolly fund, which is targeted at movie producers in Nigeria's Nollywood. And we're about to introduce a fashion fund, which will also go into supporting, companies that have garmenting business and all that. Some, a number of other funds have been, SME clusters have been identified. There are actually over 40, and we're going to come out with products for each of these clusters. Thank you very much.
I hear you're dying to ask your own questions, so I think we will go to that segment where you will ask a few questions. We've been given a few more minutes. You told me. Or did you take them back? I'm grabbing the few more minutes, yes. So we've got a number of questions, and the MC is going to help me. Are you the one who's going to decide the ones that get asked?
No. All the questions on the screen have already been screened.
Oh, wow.
So I will just read them.
So I hope some of you won the screening. I mean, you guys are experts from 20,000 to 1,000. So this is from 1,000 to how many?
Sorry?
1,000 to how many? To like 5 questions.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm going to just also do the second level
screening. So
yes.
if ones have been
some
asked,
of the questions have been asked,
focus on the ones that haven't been asked. Yes.
Okay, I believe the question about the programs the BOI have put in place has been answered as well. Is there anyone you want to add to that? Okay. At what point do you leave a business on autopilot to go do another venture? How do you also decide what ideas to pursue? So,
when do you decide to leave a business to go on autopilot? It's like having a baby. You know, you can't just have a baby and then you have another baby the next day. You know, the baby has to be able to crawl, walk, maybe even talk. And then you think maybe you're ready to have another baby. And it's the simplest analogy that I can use for you deciding to go on to run another business if you are a serial entrepreneur. Not everybody is a serial entrepreneur, but if you are, you've got to wait for the business to get to a level of where you know that you already have a succession plan in place for that business to be able to survive. And then you can start to look at your next venture. And sometimes what's important is to look at the brand extensions from your existing business. It doesn't entirely mean that you're going to totally divorce yourself from that business. It could be that that business could generate something else within that existing business as well. So you sort of become like Mr. Elumelu, and you become a group chairman of various organizations under the same umbrella, providing services, you know, and all of that. So I think it's important for the business to be established. It's important you have broken even, that business can survive financially and that it's well funded. You can then move on to your next business.
Put your hands together. I think there's a place about succession plan in there as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. How can young women under 25 overcome challenges of intimidation and discrimination in being entrepreneurs, leading large teams? We have 4 women, another positive discrimination on the stage, and 1 man. So I believe that's the reason why we have this question. So any of the ladies?
Almost sexy. You get started with that.
I'm not very sure I understand the question you said.
How can young women overcome challenges of intimidation and discrimination in being entrepreneurs and also leading large teams?
And what?
Large teams.
Teams?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay, my own experience. Okay. So intimidation and discrimination, those are 2 different things. So intimidation is where, it depends on you though. I believe intimidation mostly can be quelled if you refuse to be intimidated. So that is a question of how you see yourself. I think it's most important for you to build up yourself, because in every stage in life, you would meet people that either know more than you, that are either better than you, in one way or the other, intellectually, physically, you know, and otherwise, intellectually. So you have to believe in yourself. You have to trust yourself and your own decisions. So when you do that and you have come of age at that, I believe the question of being intimidated is mostly answered. However, the other one is how discrimination. Discrimination comes in every way. We are discriminated upon every day. For what? Because you're black, because you're female, because you're this or you're that. There's a saying that I cannot control how you see me or how you treat me, but I can control how I receive it and how I treat myself or how I respond to that. So then again, it also comes back to you. We're in a world where there are so many things coming up these days. And so people will discriminate against, against you. In your business, sometimes people will tell you okay, let me use my experience, for example. When I started doing music, hello? I know sometimes when they say music among they'll be like, I beg you. Music, go. But hello, my music, one of my songs, Barren Land, has been adapted by Amnesty International. I actually get royalties from that song. I don't know how many musicians actually in Nigeria get royalties from their songs. I was signed by Universal Studios, believe it or not, Universal Music. I was signed by Universal, Bungalow Universal. So people would always discriminate against you on what you want to do, but you must, like I said earlier, you must be focused. You must know what you want to achieve. And it comes back again to what I said earlier, research, research, research. From the beginning of my career, my musical career, I always made it very clear that I would bring out an album probably every 5 years, nothing before that. Because I always knew that I couldn't compete musically. I said in an interview recently, or maybe some time past that, I'm not trying to be the next Tiwa Savage. All right? So that is not my calling. My dream is not to go to every show and sing. My dream is actually to create music for what I actually believe in, which is human. Actually, the most, should I say, 80% of my music is actually about activism. It's about, human. I mean, that's not popular music. That's music you listen to, and so I can't really sing that on stage everywhere. So okay. I know my target audience. I know who I want to listen to my music, and I know how to get money for my music. So even though I have not been on stage performing like, your popular musicians, I actually earn money from music. I actually earn money from music. You see? So I think also knowing your target audience, understanding your business, doing your research, and knowing exactly what to do gives you confidence. And that way, no one can intimidate you or discriminate against you in your business.
Chief Moderator, allow me, please put your hands together for Omotola. Allow me ask Mrs. Akinkube to answer this same question from the corporate perspective as well.
Yes. Discrimination and intimidation. I think it all comes down to who are you? What is your brand? You need to build your personal brand. That's the essence of you. Your character, integrity, your core values. Guard your reputation. I think when you have all that in place, invest in yourself. You're reading widely. You know your onions. It's very, very difficult to be intimidated when you know your business, okay? And it's important to stay focused. Sometimes you can be all over the place. If you have your idea, you've got these great ideas, you might have more than one idea. As Mo said, not everyone can be a serial entrepreneur. You need to stay focused and become the best that you can be in the area that you've chosen. I think with that, it's very, very difficult to be a walkover and have people intimidating you, honestly.
All right, let's put our hands together for that. Well, the Chief Moderator has said we should have just 2 more questions, so I'll take these last 2, and this is directed at the BOI. One of the problems facing SMEs is how to affordably maintain office spaces. What role is the BOI willing to play in creating hubs, shared office spaces that will provide startups with affordable office spaces?
Okay, so earlier on I mentioned the cluster development initiative that we just started. The whole idea is, to be able to identify, private sector institutions that have an interest in specific clusters that we can work with. So for instance, the fashion cluster we're looking at, we're going to set up a place where you just come with your skills, and there will be, companies that will have the requisite, equipment and all that. You come with your design, and they, have it done for you. That's the kind of thing we're trying to set up for the fashion cluster. And like I said, we're looking at different clusters like that. For instance, in Aba, we all know about Aba shoes, but they make not the kind of quality that, you and I will probably, like to wear. So what we're trying to do is to work with them to actually empower them to upgrade their production facilities, so they can actually produce the quality, international quality shoes that we want. I mean, there's a shoe factory in Ethiopia. I mean, those of you from Ethiopia, I mean, there's a shoe factory that produces over 500,000 pairs of shoes every day. Now, the market is not Ethiopia. They actually export to, Western chains. So it is possible for us to empower the various clusters, and I'm sure that, the world will be the market.
Let's put our hands together for the BOI. They have an app, by the way, a recently launched application. So if you check on your Play Store for Android and all the other stores, you'll be able to find the BOI app and stay in touch with them. The final question, and this one is directed at Chief Moderator. Please allow me add one more. It concerns the mothers in the house. So I'll take this one first. At what stage do I need to hire a business development manager in my startup? And it's at Mrs. Akinkugwe.
As early as you can afford it. If you are not the best person to be developing the business in the day-to-day way, it's important to hire the right person. But I feel that the corporate governance issues we took in the morning are critical. You're trying to build this incredible business. You need to put those structures in place from day one. You may not be able to afford the best accountant on day one, but you can certainly outsource. So I'm outsourcing HR right now. So I have an outstanding HR firm to make sure I get the best people. I'm outsourcing legal. If you're trying to build a major Pan-African business, you need to have your legal right. And I've outsourced accounting so that whatever you're building, you're not going to wait until you grow. You're all going to be very successful. You want to make sure the money matters are in place, your tax issues are in place. So it's important that that HR component, you've identified the right person to move the business forward. Sometimes you cannot afford full-time, so you can actually consider part-time or a remote worker. I have 3 of my staff who I cannot afford full-time, but they're outstanding and they're working from me from all over the world. It doesn't matter. So just look at those different models, because you may not be able to get the best person you need on day one, but as quickly as you can, put in the structure in place that can take you to an incredible, iconic institution.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a brilliant answer. We can applaud. The final question. How do you ladies balance business and motherhood for the sake of moms in the house? I think for the gentlemen, we already know the answer to the questions of fatherhood. But for the sake of moms in the house, how do you balance business and motherhood?
Okay. Well, I have 2 children. My daughter turns 25 this year, and my son is 19. I'm very proud of my children. They've done extremely well. My daughter got a 2-1 for her first degree, and she passed with distinctions for her master's. My son makes the dean's list every year at Duke University. I'm very proud of them. Now, I'm a working mother, and I have always been a working mother. And I say this where I speak often. There's a myth about moms that stay at home. So if you want to go out there and create a career, don't think that, oh, I'm going to leave my children, I'm going to abandon them, who's going to take care of them? I know a lot of mothers who are supposed to be housewives who are not even at home. They're either out having tea or coffee, or getting their nails painted, or getting their hair done, or they're at getting ready for one party or the other. So the reality is that as a working mother, you tend to therefore spend quality time with your children. So therefore, the time that I make for my children is quality time, and it's important to have the balance. When they need you most, you are there. But also, you find your children develop a sense of independence very quickly, which a lot of other children may not necessarily find. So I am in support of every woman going out there and achieving her own dreams. Thank you.
Wow.
You need the structures in place in your home, just the same way you have in the business. So you need to hire the right childminders. Mother-in-law the biggest advocate, the biggest ally, if you have it right. So my mother-in-law was my major support system. She still is, even though they're grown up. So for the young women, you sort of go into marriage often thinking mother-in-law is the wicked witch of the East. It doesn't have to be that way. Your mother-in-law could be one of the biggest allies because it's her grandchildren she's going to be helping you with. So if you have that in place, hire the right staff, and then your networks, have the right networks around you. But it's so important that you get this piece right, because you don't really have that balance until no matter how successful you become, if your children don't do well, a lot of the joy is gone. So it's so important that you get this piece right.
Okay, so I'm a mother of 4 myself. And my first my first 3 kids are now in university. My little one still in secondary school. I've had to grow as well with them. So I was a young mother, and I learned very quickly how to manage my time. I was told when I was doing this that it was going to be impossible, that it's not possible for you to maintain a career, a marriage, and children. I am very, very proud of my kids as well and what they are becoming. Some of you have heard about Captain E. He's a music producer right now as well. I think what I have learned in my own personal experience, like Mo said, is when you work and you come back, you actually create time, very special time for your kids, because you actually feel like you've not been with them for so long and you really want to spend that quality time and make it very special. Like she said, get the right hands. My mother-in-law doesn't stay in Nigeria, and I don't have a mother anymore. My mother passed away a long time ago. So my greatest ally was my own husband. So my husband has really helped me. And the way we plan is this, because he's a pilot, so he's always busy as well. I'm an actress, I'm always busy as well. So we try the best we can to plan our time, and this is how we've done it over the years. We don't both travel at the same time. When I'm traveling out of the country, he must be in the country. When he's traveling out of the country, irrespective of whatever job I get, I must be in the country. I think it's very essential for one member of the parents, one of the parents, to always be around with the children. Also, I know that as a woman and as an African woman, there is always that. I won't say intimidation, but there's always that, why are you, why are you going around the whole place working? Why are you not at home taking care of your husband or of your children? I believe the best women and the most functional women are actually the ones that work. I do not advocate for any woman to leave her job for marriage or for children, because I believe that the only thing that keeps you sane as a human being is when you are empowered. As a human being, irrespective of whether you're a man or a woman, any jobless person over time will degenerate. It gets to a point where mentally you start to feel inadequate. You will, and eventually you will not be able to take care of even that husband or those children that you left it for anyway. So irrespective of what you want to do, whether you want to work from home, whether you want to go out and work, I think it is very important for every woman to work. That is what I think, and that's what I believe. And that's what I've done.
Wow. I mean, this is amazing. Family first. Have the right structures. Make sure you have a supportive spouse. I hope the husbands are hearing. I hope the wives are hearing. And the husbands to be and the wives to be. You can have it all, but you need people who love you around you to help you have it all. This has been an amazing time together. I'm sure you will agree with me. If you think so, applaud the panel. You heard me at the beginning. This is not loud enough. Really applaud if you think so. Thank you. I think we've had a great time. I hope you've had a great time. I hope you've learned a bit about how you want to change the world. There was so much I heard. I tried to take a few notes. Hire slowly, fire fast. Spend more time with the dream makers, but also listen to the dream killers. Respect everyone. Succession planning. The God factor. Follow the trends. You cannot afford to have a plan B. Pursue a business as if it's the only thing. The God factor. I agree with the God factor. I'm with you on the God factor. Build your personal brand. And everyone all of them just have love in them. Love for Africa. Passion in their belly. Love for what they're doing. I will just add something that you must focus on. Because people kind of understate it, and I kept referring to Rashid about it. I think as an entrepreneur, cash flow is king. And the way I say it is revenue first before cost. Make sure you know how you're going to make the money before you incur the cost. And for that person who's looking for BOI to set up office space, that is a business idea. Set up office space. Let me end by thanking again Mrs. Veer and Mr. Elumelu. They were not in the room when I made my comment at the beginning. This is one of the greatest initiatives I know. This is what will change this continent. You will build future leaders. And my challenge to all the 1,000 people who are in the room, remember my simple request. I have a passion for the African capital markets. Make sure that you list at least one company on the exchange of your country or the exchange of some other country. So I'm hoping that I've birthed today, I'm pregnant, that I've birthed 1,000 companies listed on exchanges. And I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying companies that are not doing well. I'm saying the UBAs, the Transcorps, the Facebooks, the Microsofts, and please, when you think you've gotten to a point where you can give a lot of the money away, do so like Tony Elumelu, like Bill Gates. You will still be the richest person in the world like Bill Gates. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think they deserve a standing ovation. Please put your hands together for this wonderful panel. A big thanks to our chief moderator, Ms. Aroma Ote, Auntie Mo Abudu, Mrs. Nimi Akinkugbe. Ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, chief moderator, almost sexy. Ladies and gentlemen, Omotola Jalade Ekende. Please put your hands together for her. As well as Mr. Rashid Olaoluwa, the only man surrounded by 4 beautiful women, the president of the Bank of Industry. Please put your hands together for him. I will then call on, Mr. Tony Elumelu and Mrs. Veer to join this wonderful panel for pictures. Please don't forget to tweet the pictures with the hashtag TEEP and to follow Tony Elumelu on Twitter at Tony O Elumelu. We have that up on the screen. And by the way, we are still trending on Twitter with the hashtag TEEP. A big thank you to everyone who's tweeting and letting the world know what we're doing here, making history. Please put your hands together for them one more time. Thank you all so much. All right, so we're going to have some housekeeping. We're getting to the very end of the session today. It's been a great one all day. We've learned so much. We've had so much fun. But we're getting to the climax of today's event. We'll take some minutes to do some housekeeping. We need to get some of the seats off the stage, get the podium on. But whilst that is happening, we have something really interesting to show you. All right, so now, can you all see this picture up on screen? Can everybody look up, please? What do you guys see? What do you see on screen? Sorry? James Bond? Oh, Liam Neeson? Who do you see on screen? Now, what exactly is he trying to pull out of his pocket? My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, apparently we have James Bond in the building. Sir, can you identify who that is? So we want you to follow Antonio O. Elumelu on Twitter and caption this picture. We want to have the most hilarious, the most funny caption for this, all right? So what do you see? You know all these interesting memes that we find on Instagram, right? What you do when you're about to pull out a gun, or I don't know. So we don't have a prize yet, but the person who comes up with the most creative tweet or caption will get something. All right, so caption this tweet. And see those two guys beside him. You know, they look like they're extra agents. Don't they? Wait, you guys don't think that guy looks like James Bond? Am I alone on this? David Rice, apparently I'm alone on this. All right, so who's going to caption this tweet or this picture and win the special prize? All right, so let's get at it. At Tony O. Elumelu on Twitter. All right, just before the next session, we'll take 1 minute to just give you some breather. So you must not leave your seat. You can stand and just stretch a little bit. Just breathe some fresh air, and then we'll go right into it. Okay, we'll go right into it. Yes, the founder has overruled that. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the reason why we're here today. Earlier, you were chanting his name in the presence of politicians. And I'm sure that those chants will come now for good reason. The founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tony Elumelu, CON.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. This is quite exciting. I like the energy in this room. You know, I love you all. I love you all because the future of our continent is in your hands. So I do love you all. It goes beyond just liking you. The Vice President of Nigeria, when he was leaving, he said, Tony, I like the intellectual energy in that room. So you all have it. It's been an interesting day for you. Highly packed, I think. It started yesterday, and I don't want to add to it. I want to make it easy for you. I think that the future of Africa, we need to treat you, pamper you, treat you very well. Like, I tried to see if some of the faces I've seen on social media, you know, those who follow me on Twitter, I tried to see if I can recognize some of the faces. But, okay, yes, you. And by the way, where is Tega from Barbados? Is he here? Tega from Barbados. Wow, I heard you flew all the way from Barbados. When did you arrive? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And the Zimbabwean who found it difficult in South Africa to get a visa, is he here? Is he here? Ooh. So you are all imbibing the spirit of resilience already. Barbados, South Africa, it took him he went through a difficult process to get his visa. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. $20,000 of you applied, and 1,000 chosen, and you all made it. Congratulations. As I congratulate you, I'd like to also congratulate those who made this possible from behind the scene. Usually, you give vote of thanks, and it's when you give vote of thanks that you recognize these people. But for these people, there wouldn't be tip, and there wouldn't be this gathering today. My family and I, the Tony Elumelu Foundation, and that $100 million, but $100 million cannot on its own do what is here. So I'd like to start by thanking the following people. The list is long. It's possible I might forget some people. But so if I do forget the people, take comfort in the fact that what is happening here is beyond any one person. So I'd like to recognize Dr. Wibabua, who was a pioneer CEO of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. It's one thing to have a passion. It's another thing to see that passion or idea come through. So I've always had this idea right from long ago about wanting to do something like this. But so, you know, you have to assemble your team, debate, discuss, strategize, fine-tune, write papers, cancel, scream at each other. So these people, Wiba, the pioneer CEO, Pamenda. This is an amazing lady. Don't sit. You all know about Mother Teresa. This is Mother Teresa of Tip. This is a mother of African entrepreneurship. We have a whole lot of others here, a host of them. Some you saw in the video, but I don't want to go into naming everyone. But you also had great instructors talk to you during the program. And I believe, I've not seen her here today, but I think she must have been around. I believe Angela took you on TOE ways. Angela, wonderful lady. And by the way, she's sporting one of TOE's favorite colors, red, you can see. We also have selection board member, because for our selection board member, it was difficult, very difficult for them. As in 20,000 entrepreneurs, Ascension made life easy for us to a large extent, but it was a burden of responsibility on everyone to make sure that it was done properly and could stand the test of time. Nimi Akinkube is one of our selection board members. Nimi, could you please? I know they've seen your pretty face, but let them see it again. I don't know if there are other advisory board members here. Who? Sam has been trading already, so he doesn't need any introduction. Sam Wanze, please. Remain standing, remain standing, remain standing. Sam wears many hats. That is the Chief Investment Officer of S Holdings. We have the for business side also, and from the for business side, we generate money to support the foundation. So he is the Chief Investment Officer. You can imagine the role he plays in making sure also that beyond being a selection committee member, that there's money for this kind of event. I'd like to recognize everyone at Tony Elumelu Foundation, the S Holdings Group, for all they have done behind the scenes to make sure from the day I shared the idea with them to this day. And to me, this is a significant and exciting day. Africa indeed is being united through all of you. And you all must carry it further beyond this point to make sure that the intent, which is to help to develop our continent in a manner that is lasting and sustainable, is attained by yourselves. And as the Vice President said, that when you also succeed, you give to make sure that this ecosystem and this initiative continues in diverse proportions. I decided that I should just say a few things to you and make it highly interactive. You have been listening to the TOE business ways of business philosophy. You have listened to different lecturers or tutors since you started the 12-week program. I'd like you today, let's just break it down a bit. We'll spend the next 1 hour so that I can share with you my own entrepreneurial experience. Because one thing about me is that this is not a textbook that you're reading. I am was born in Africa, brought up in Africa, schooled here, worked here, everything. So I understand our business terrain, and I want to share this with you. Because my intent for all of this is that, first, I believe at the macro level that no one but us, will develop our continent, and that the private sector has a key role to play in the development of our continent. And that the makeup of private sector is the entrepreneurs, yourselves. We don't need a few successful private sector people in Africa. We need a multitude of successful private sector people in Africa. But for that to happen, it won't just happen like that, by wishing it. For that to happen, we must start with the foundation and the building blocks. So what we are doing today through the Tony Elumelu Foundation, setting aside $100 million, looking at 10,000 African entrepreneurs, is part of the building block that will help us create more successful African business, private sector leaders, so that these private sector leaders yourselves will help to create the employment that we need on the continent, that will help to address some of our social issues. You listen to the young man in the video, the young man from Mali, who was talking about flying airplane to support farmers. Is he here? Is he in this room? Is he here? anyway, about flying aircraft to support farmers. So it's trying to solve Africa's problem. It will come from entrepreneurs. So this afternoon, is he here? Good. So this afternoon, I want you to raise issues, questions, and feel free, no holds barred. Feel free, raise any issue, and we'll try to share the experience that we have with you. But before then, let me just quickly, in 2 minutes, say a few things. Number one, as entrepreneurs, I want to give you my own, I know you've seminared or you've discussed the TOE business with, but I want to share a few directly from me with you. I want you to embrace hard work. Hard work is very important for success in entrepreneurship. No compromise, you have to work hard. And as they say, even they tell us when we were growing up that hard work doesn't kill. Indeed, it does not kill. So please try as entrepreneurs, don't be lazy, try to work extra hard and make sacrifices and work hard, work hard towards realizing the purpose that you set for yourself. Number two, you have to be very disciplined. Discipline is key for success in everything, but more importantly, in business. You have to be extremely disciplined. There are times we wake up in the morning, ideally, if I had my way, I wouldn't like to go to work. But you can't afford not to go to work. And the fact that you're an entrepreneur, your own business director or leader, does not mean that you should have double standards. You should say something and do a different thing. So you need to lead by example. Anyway, discipline is extremely important in all its ramifications. Discipline is very good. 3, you need to think long-term. Think long-term as entrepreneurs. So thinking long-term means you have to forego some long-term, short-term gains for the future. Always think long-term, because in the long term, that's when you actually create significant value, both economic and social value. So think long-term. You're an entrepreneur. It's a long journey, and keep thinking and keep visualizing yourself in the long run. In 20 years' time, this will happen. It is that long-term vision that puts you and makes you want to achieve more. Of course, you need to dream dreams. I say to people a lot, you need to dare to dream. So when the young man told me about the airplane, if I was not a trained entrepreneur or an experienced entrepreneur, I could easily have said to him, keep quiet, why are you thinking of airplane? But these things do happen. These things do happen. Have the dream first. The next thing, ask yourself, what do I need to do to orchestrate this dream, to make it happen? Then realistically go about those things, and then set milestones for yourself, realizing that you can't just suddenly get from A to B without making some steps. So milestones, dream, have milestones, ask yourself realistically what you need to do, commit to hard work, discipline yourself, go after it, you will succeed. Then savings. You need to try to save, try to save. Don't consume everything they want. You need to save for capital formation, and you need capital to make investments. So at times, one of the reasons small businesses fail is people just get money, and the next thing they start doing things that can be deferred. So don't consume immediately. Try to make some sacrifices, forgo certain things, and in the long run, you'll be better for it. And finally, two more things. For those of you who believe in partnerships or who have partnerships, I'll have an advice for you. Partnerships don't work a lot or well in our environment in Africa, but they do work and they can work. And so you should make it work if you're already in a partnership. But for your partnership to work, you need to close your ears to a lot. People talk carelessly in our environment, so you need to close your ears to a lot of things. You need to look at the big picture. You need to share a common destiny with your partner or partners. You need to align your interests. You need to put issues on the table. Don't put things below the table. Just don't skirt or run away from issues. Put issues up. For instance, when we started as Standard Trust Bank, 2 of our directors believe that we should share dividends every year. And I kept telling them that, please, recall this is what we committed to, want to do this, and to do this, we need to save money to do this, so that we should not share dividends. But 2 of them said, Tony, we are 60-something years old. You're just 30-something years old. Please, we want to have dividends. But we came to a compromise that instead of maybe sharing 50%, we can share 10% and save. But it was good that we put it on the table. We discussed it, so there's no tension at the board meeting unnecessarily. So always discuss issues with your partners. Discuss issues is always very, very good. And it helps you to align interests, understand where the other person is coming from, and try to sell your idea to that person or vice versa. Either you sell or you also listen. But what you must not compromise is the future of the business. What you must not compromise is the future of the business. It's about doing business in an ethical fashion. It's about making sure that you don't consume everything you make day one. And finally, I like to advise, consistent with the Vice President's advice on integrity, I like to advise that let us always think of outcome. You know, if we think about outcome, about consequences, about accountabilities, then it will moderate what we do. There are a lot of things, even me, there are a lot of things you would like to do, but if you think of accountability, consequences, outcomes, then you just moderate yourself. So imbibe this, and it will help you as our future leaders, as the people we hope to help the African continent to move to the next level. I want to create many jobs out of you, and that's my prayer. When people ask me, what is success to you here? I say, success to me here is that these people, these young African entrepreneurs, that they all succeed. As Aruma said, you list your companies, I want to see you create employment. I want to see you address some of our social issues on the continent. I want to see you lead by example. I want to see you help to catalyze different sectors. You know, we have opportunities here, and no one but ourselves will note these opportunities in all its entirety. So take advantage of this, and note and know in everything you do that we have enormous opportunities on our continent. So many opportunities on this continent. So take advantage of this, and don't be deterred by this feeling of the difficult operating environment that we have. We do have it. It's a rigidity that lives with us, and so ability to even navigate around it present on its own huge investment economic opportunities that you also should take advantage of. I'll pause here, and now it's open. Let's interact. Let's take comments. So, yes, you will. Do we have enough microphones? So I need our ladies to please stand in the rows to help take microphones to people as they raise their hands. Okay, number one. So exactly, if you can just line up this way, maybe 5. Let's start with this row. 5 people first, then we'll line up 5. Yes, start.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Iko Kuchidozie Kemba.
Your name?
Iko Kuchidozie Kemba from Nigeria.
Can you hear him from the back? You need to adjust the mic so that they can hear you. I like to.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Iko Kuchidozie Kemba. First of all, I want to thank you for
your line of business.
Waste management, sir. My several speakers have already analyzed some things, but I want to ask something specifically which you actually mentioned lastly now. That's the enabling. I saw your picture with Mr. President. To actually operate very well. Yesterday I was actually...
Sorry, hold on. We need to make this... I need our people to stand up. Let them help with microphone. We need to make it interactive so people can hear. The microphone is not working well at all. Others must hear the questions to benefit from the answers. Just... Yes.
Okay. I hope everybody can hear me now. Yeah. So the waste management sector, I was talking about it to my friend yesterday. I actually had an experience in 2012 whereby I was handicapped due to the government's policies. But I thank God Elumelu came around, and now I have a hope again to reschedule my plans. So I'm asking, sir, how are you going to help us in this sector to be able to function effectively by aligning with the federal government to help us advocate for policies that will help us work properly? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take 5-5. Go on.
My name is Wale. I'm from Nigeria. Yesterday, I was talking with a fellow entrepreneur here, and I tried to get into your head. What were you thinking?
I like
that. My conclusion was, the question was, how much money can a person have? What are you going to do with it? You can probably, that 100 million, you could probably import petroleum products and feed on subsidy like other people. My question, sir, is we have a lot of wealthy Nigerians, and I'm looking at a way how you can influence some of these wealthy Nigerians to do this kind of things for other people, so that this thing, we're always talking about scalability, this thing can be replicated across board. That's my question, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alex Kojo. My project is in agro processing.
Which country?
I'm coming from Ghana.
Where?
Ghana. My question is quite a strange one. I seem to be motivated by anger. Now, I explain this. When I quit my job at Unilever, I went to Europe. Somebody said to me, if I go back, I'm going to fail. And the following week, I was back in Africa. And I haven't retained. But my question really is that how do we leverage or channel the energies of anger into a creative force? I mean, I don't know if you understand my question. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kwame Marfo. I'm also from Ghana. My project is in access to finance. So my question is...
Sorry, hold on. Let me plead with everyone, please. Let us try to make less noise so we can listen to the questions and also the responses. Apologies that the microphone is not working well, but let's just be calm. Weber, please let the people in charge of technical, let them do something about this. It's not working. We should not improvise. We should not live with it. It's not working. Let them fix it, please. Yes, go on.
All right, can you hear me? All right, so my name is Kwame Marfo. I'm also from Ghana, and my project is in access to finance. My question is in regards to failure. So we've heard quite a bit about the success stories.
It's not related to what?
Failure.
Failure.
Right. We've heard quite a bit about the success stories. Can you shed some insight into some of your more spectacular failures, and what do you do to overcome them? Thank you.
My name is Aisha Kada Descens. I'm from Sierra Leone, and I'm in the agriculture sector. My question to you is, from reading on your bios and your travels and your trials and your tribulations, you always manage to stay on top. What motivates you? And when the going gets tough, what keeps you going?
My name is Norbert Onyeka Chidiala from Nigeria. Okay, my question is, I'm into poultry farming. After my youth service, I started poultry farming with about 100 birds. And from that 100 birds, as I sell and make profit, I invest. And today I have up to 4,000 birds.
Well done.
You understand? But in terms of support, financial support or grants, when you come to banks, most of the banks, their interest rates are very high. That most of us, birth is something that has high mortality. You understand? So my question is, how can you help farmers in order to get a very soft loan with minimal interest?
Like me as in Tony Elumelu, or the founder of Tony Elumelu Foundation,
As
or
a
me in another capacity?
No, I mean you maybe, we have to develop Africa. And I believe to develop agriculture is one of our key areas which we have to tap into. So if both government and private organizations like you can develop a strategy in order to help agro businesses, I believe Africa will move more higher. You understand?
Yes. I think, oh God. I think, no, let him wait. Okay, wait. Okay. The poultry farmer, wait. So you should hold the microphone. So I believe you are a beneficiary of the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program.
Yes, sir.
So that's one of the things we are doing to help that sector.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So what we need to do is, I'll take your comment with the two previous ones. So what we need to do is, I'll take this question. Can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me? So the comment about agri, supporting agri, what we're doing here, the reason we're here is because the Tony Elumelu Foundation has decided to provide that level of support. What we now ask for is, and which relates to a question that someone asked before, how to influence other wealthy Africans to do the same thing. I read the tweet, and someone from South Africa tweeted and said that other South African rich men should emulate this, and someone from another place, also another country, tweeted. So we need a lot of people doing this to help Africa, because we have, look at the statistics in million people, 8 million, 80%, is it 80 or 60% of them, 80%, they are under the age of 40, and out of that, over 80% of them are not employed. That tells you a lot. So we can do 1,000 of what we're doing here across Africa every year, and will not be enough. But the key thing is you're all active in the social media world. Let us not attack, but let's keep urging our successful leaders to emulate what is going on here, and let them also, so that together and collectively we can support everyone. We must all realize that poverty anywhere is a threat to mankind everywhere. So it's not good that anyone is poor or unable to meet the basic human needs. That is the whole essence of what we're doing here. And I do hope that beyond the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Program efforts, you yourself, as you succeed, you also do the same thing, because Africa is rising and our population is also rising, and we need to do something consistently to address this issue. The point about enabling environment, I think getting the attention of our president sent his Goodwill message. In addition, he asked the VP to represent him here. Talking about Nigeria is a good indication. It's positive signaling that the issues that entrepreneurship is important, youth engagement through this kind of economic empowerment activity initiative is important to government, and we will continue to work with government to make sure that we uproot most of the challenges that entrepreneurs face. We need to make sure that our government, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, that they begin to realize that what is good for business is good for the citizenry. What is good for business is good for everyone in the country. Because businesses, business players, are a microcosm of a whole country and system. So I think African leaders are beginning to realize this. I think Nigerian government is realizing this. I think some government, Rwanda, in fact, Mali, Senegal, Burkina Faso, places where we have been to in recent times. The countries, the presidents of these countries, I've always engaged them, telling them that for these entrepreneurs who have chosen from your country to survive, succeed, we need you for them to succeed, we need you to help create the enabling environment. So, and they're all positive about this. The Prime Minister of Benin, when he was leaving, he said to me, he has hosted the people from Benin and is going to do more, and that I should find time and let's sit down and see how we can develop a sustainable and support from Kaduna State that we needed the list. We have sent him an email here about an hour ago, giving him a listing. I've sent him a listing of the 15 people from Kaduna State. He also is going to host you all and discuss with you further how to support you to succeed. We listened to Bank of Industry CEO talking about creating economic clusters or commercial clusters that will enable all industrial cluster zones that will enable companies to survive. So these are all little things we are doing. Across Africa, our foundation, we, in partnership with Tony Blair, African Governance Initiative, we are capacitating African leaders and presidents and presidencies to enable them be more understanding of what private sector needs to succeed. Someone spoke from Sierra Leone here, a lady from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is one of the countries where we have the Elumelu Blair Fellows working with the president to help create awareness, to help improve private sector awareness and the need to support private sector to succeed. In Nigeria here, we have the National Competitiveness Council of Nigeria, again, initiative of the Tony Elumelu Foundation in conjunction with the federal government, trying to see how we can create a more enabling environment for private sector to succeed. So your concern is one that I share with. I'm also an entrepreneur, actually, so I face the same problems, the same challenges, and alleviating these problems will be good for our entire country. On the business side, we have some investments in line with our Afro-capitalist philosophy in some sectors that will also help alleviate what you're going through. We have invested in power plant in Nigeria, and the power plant, whilst it's making money for us, is also helping to create, improve access to electricity. I'm sure you will say you're not feeling it yet. You're not feeling it yet because we have issues with gas and we have issues with the transmission lines. As we fix those two issues, even here, the Vice President and I were talking about power, that we need to sit down and see what we'll do about power, because we know and believe that power is one item, one disenabler we have in the system. Fixed power and our economies, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, will take off. So a lot is going on to make sure we create the right environment. Inflation within Nigeria, I've talked about it. Energy of, how do you convert energy of anger into a creative force? We need to get Ajambadi, that man that lectured you. Was it today or yesterday? Was it today? Ajambadi today. We need to ask him how to create it. But all I know is a few tricks. Where are you going to, madam? I want to recognize you. You know, I watch, okay, I thought you were leaving. So the necessity, they say, is the mother of invention. So if that anger, that burst of anger will help you to, we all get frustrated, you know, about our environment, but frustration on its own cannot lead to outcomes. So we need, get frustrated because you're human, calm down and think of how out of that your frustrated state of frustration, a solution can come, and you might be solving a solution not just for yourself, but for all of mankind in that community, as well as creating economic value for yourself. So I will say, calm it down a bit, but it's good to be very creative. Then failure, and what keeps me motivated. I think that was Kadaris that raised the question. Kadaris, your question about what keeps me motivated. By the way, to recognize your email, your tweet, I read your tweet, I responded, and I think we are doing something about it, and your email, everything. Well done. So the two questions about failure and what keeps one motivated is actually the fear of failure that drives you also. You don't want to fail, so that on its own creates its own motivation to want to succeed. But more importantly, it's the higher purpose. The purpose, what is it you want to do? So for instance, like, let's look at this tip. This tip could have succeeded, could also have failed, So it's something I'm committed to, something I'm happy to do, I'm happy about. And so you define what you want to do, you commit the resources, you ask yourself what you need to do about it. And when you go through different obstacles, you remember that if we achieve that purpose, it will create huge benefits, both intrinsic, so a lot of benefits. And so that on its own keeps you going, or keeps me going. The higher purpose keeps me going, So if I want to do, so in our for business side, let me talk about that because it relates to what you are doing. We have investment in power. We have the largest thermal plant in Nigeria, gas-fired plant in Nigeria, and we generate. We have capacity for about over 600 megawatts of electricity every day. Our intent is to move or do almost 25% of total consumption in the country. But we are constrained by gas. We are constrained by transmission line. So we have capacity to produce 600 and some megawatts. Today, for instance, we did less than 500 megawatts because we didn't have enough gas. Or then even when you have gas, the transmission line is poor. But that will not stop us from realizing that. So what we'll do is, okay, what do we need to do to achieve that? Do we need to develop our own gas, have our own oil plant, oil well, develop our own gas, and pipe our gas to our power plant, and then continue? We can't. So it also speaks to the issue of anger and frustration. So these necessities, these issues, rather than put us off or discourage us, encourages us to even see how we can overcome it. And we know that if we overcome that, almost all players in Nigeria have the same, not almost all, have gas challenges. So if we succeed in what we are doing now, then you confer sustainable or competitive edge over us and over our competitors. So that is what keeps us motivated. About failures, in businesses you fail, you make, it's normal. So failure should not deter people, but though there are degrees of failure. So there are degrees of failure. So in a month, you make a lot of business decisions every hour of the day. Some of those decisions go bad, of course. But the key thing I tell people about making wrong decisions is, first, it's not a crime to make a wrong decision. But you need to situate the kind of decision you make in the context of the industry you operate in. Even yesterday, I discussed with some of my people. An airplane pilot, a captain, you have to be very careful before you make a mistake. Because the mistake you make will affect lives. Okay? A surgeon has to be very careful about making mistakes, because the mistake you make can affect lives. So those level of mistakes, I would just say, they are not tolerable. So try as much as possible not to make the mistake. But in making, like I heard about hiring and firing, you hire people, it's a judgment call, you find out later in the day that this decision, later in the year or years, you made a wrong decision. Then you decide, you deal with it. And I agree with the points that, the summary I listened to. So you deal with it. So those who make mistakes. Now, in terms of business, major business decision I've made that has not worked, it's interesting. Some of my people are listening here. We talked about this. Was it this week we talked about this? We talked about this, and we invested in a company, in a payment company. We invested 500 million in a payment company. After a while, it didn't really fail, but we saw that it was a wrong investment. We exited the investment. So that is investment. But you make 10 investment decisions. If 6, 7 work out well, very good. You have 3, 4. I've made portfolio investments that have turned out poorly, no, badly. You count your losses and make progress. But key thing is try to minimize the mistakes you make. Learn from your mistake. When you make a mistake, seminar on it, we call it AAR, after action review. Do an after action review and say to yourself, where did we go wrong in this decision we made? Why did we make a wrong decision? Everything. On Monday, we're going to do AR on this event. Was it successful to our standard? If it was not successful, the microphone was not working. Why did the microphone not work? If the air conditioner is not working, why is it not working? You seminar on all of this and learn from it, document it, learn from it, so that when you do a second event, you improve. You do a third one, you improve, and that is how perfection and excellence is created. So don't be afraid to make mistakes, but don't make mistakes like a pilot or a surgeon. Okay, let me look this way. I've been looking all this way.
Yeah.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
We want those who speak French to also ask questions, and we have a translator. So if you speak French, Mrs. Kweku is on the right. She's wearing a black jacket. Just line up right with her, and she will translate your questions. So for those who speak French. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. My name is Tunde, and I'm from Nigeria. My question is related to a retail product. Now, we understand that many of us have good products, and it's important that people have to know your product to buy it. Now, if, for instance, I'll give an example. When Guinness wanted to come out with Origin as a beer, they had the money to do all the adverts, to get it out there. Within 6 months, the beer was everywhere. But as a startup, you don't have money to do TV adverts, to spend millions like Jumia, to do all those things. But you also want your products to be everywhere. So what's your advice, without eating too much on your capital, to get the kind of exposure and the kind of exposure that your product needs to survive, knowing that you have a good product anyway?
Okay, good. Next one.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. My name is my name is Akin Odubito. I'm a medical doctor. My innovation is in healthcare. But my question isn't in healthcare. It's around 3 core things. You have a wealth of experience in banking. So these questions are sort of tailored to what you do. My first question is
what I do or what I did.
Good point, sir. Good point, sir. My first question is on cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency, the Bitcoin movement and the Litecoin movement have been around the world, not gotten a lot of traction in Nigeria yet. I'd just like to know your thoughts on it, the whole idea of cryptocurrency. Second question is, the debt, Nigeria runs a credit economy. I mean, you have to have your money, to pay. I'd like to know your thoughts. A debt economy versus a credit economy. What are your thoughts? Do you think we should transition? How is that managed? What's the potential impact of that on the economy and entrepreneurs? One of the reasons for this question is that I was at a tech innovation hub, and I was understanding that in Silicon Valley, people can literally bootstrap their company to $10,000 just off their credit cards. Where is the 10,000 naira first? Thank God for people like Tony Elumelu who can help us do that. But what are your comments on that? And the third thing is now, what was your defining moment? Your defining moment, the day you knew Tony and what he was meant to do on earth. Thank you very much.
Okay, next one. No, that is a triple barrel.
Bonjour, monsieur Tony Elumelu.
Merci.
Excusez ma voix parce que j'ai attrapé la toux dans l'avion. Il faisait trop froid.
Okay. So, no, let him finish. You can summarize. Okay, go ahead, finish.
Ouais, comme je disais, je suis Dadi Sumbu, je viens de la République démocratique du Congo, à Kinshasa. Je voulais d'abord vous remercier au nom de toute la communauté congolaise, vous dire merci pour avoir cru en nous. Ma question est simple, je voulais juste savoir, hier, Parminder a parlé d'un cycle, c'est-à-dire que le programme n'est pas linéaire, mais c'est circulaire. Donc on peut sortir si on veut, et on reste si on veut. Je voulais juste savoir, est-ce que M. Elumelu est prêt à aller avec nous jusqu'au bout? Jusqu'où comptez-vous aller avec nous? Merci.
Yes.
Mr. Daddy Suku from Kinshasa is very grateful to be here
From
today.
where, Kinshasa?
Kinshasa, Congo.
Okay.
So he's very grateful to be here today. He would like to know how far the foundation will assist the tips, the entrepreneurs.
How far?
The foundation will assist the entrepreneurs after this first run.
Okay. Next.
Hello, Chairman Tony. Gabino Giarangomba from Central African Republic. I brought the flags if you guys don't know where it is, just in case. All right, Chairman Tony, when I met you in Washington, D.C. at the Georgetown University event, I asked you the following question. The biggest problem, the major challenge to development in Africa has always been power. Power and also sustainable access to broadband internet. But as you may know, I can tell you all that we have the solution within TEEP. Okay, now the question is that one of the key things why we chose to apply for TEEP was the fact that you say two things. You say Africa Entrepreneur had two major obstacles: access to patient, long-term capital, but also the strategies that it takes to actually accelerate commercialization. So my question is to you, Chairman, is this. First, as far as the equity stake part, is there a benchmark or a threshold as far as to, Harris Holding or your investment stake you can take? And the second thing is, and I want to congratulate first because I saw the investment you did at Power Africa in the US. And I can see also how it can be used as a tool to leverage the negotiation of public and private partnerships. So I would like for you to give me a little bit of insight on that as well. Thank you, Chairman, and you are my hero.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll take one more question, we'll respond.
Good afternoon, my chairman. My name is Nasir Dania. I came from the seat of the Caliphate, Sokoto State, Nigeria. I'm also a PhD student of London Metropolitan University, studying policy and security and public safety in IT perspective. My solution, which I've submitted into this program, is coming up with an application that will allow Nigeria security agencies to communicate simultaneously, also to host a sort of criminals database and crime reporting, database at the same time. So my challenge is, I try all my possible best to contact the Nigerian Police Office, specifically the Inspector General of Police and the National Security Advisor, because I need their endorsement for this kind of application to run into all, police stations and all at the 774 local governments in the country. So I need you to please provide me with a guide on how best I could be able to communicate with these people so that we solve this problem. Thank you very much.
God bless you. So let's respond, and I will start with Nasru's comments or question. So Nasru, first is I did my youth corps in Sokoto too, so I know Sokoto fairly well. All right. And I do visit there fairly at least once a year. So it's good to know that you're from Sokoto. And Shadi, by the way, Shadi here. Okay, there's a guy also. You know Shadi? Okay, his name is in the brochure. He's from Sokoto too. Okay. So Nasru, your point, I think, very interesting, and we do have solution.
Thank you.
Nasru El-Rufai, Governor Nasru El-Rufai will deal with this so easily.
Okay.
So I'm going to do an email, take your email address, Nasru's email address, and put you together in touch, and I know he will do this easily.
I'm so happy to hear this. And thank you very much for taking the swift action in solving this problem. You know, the reason why this product is so important to this country is because if you look at the security challenges in Nigeria, when a criminal is caught, if you ask, you know, they are suspecting you of being a Boko Haram member or whatever, when they arrest you and take you to any police station, it's only that police station or that police command that has information about you.
Correct.
You know, the information is not simultaneously communicated across all the local governments in the country. So when you commit a crime here, if you move to another state or another local government, it's going to take time for them to communicate, you know. So this is quite important. And I need, you know, your total support.
Nasru will handle that. Well, let me use this opportunity to emphasize or highlight a key aspect of TIP program. This TIP, the Entrepreneurship program, it's about providing you capital, it's about mentoring, it's about training, and more importantly, it's about networking, creating the kind of platform that Paminda and Co. and Abimbola have created since yesterday for you all to be in this place, talking to each other, and also talking to some of us, so that and please, you have the TIP network, you know. When you have issues like this, you need support, feel free, go on network and write to Paminda, or soon she will announce who is going to be coordinating that platform, so that we see what we can do for you, and also what your colleagues or fellow entrepreneurs can do for you. So this is a product of the TIP networking, what we just discussed, the TIP networking program. Okay, the other point is so many points. Someone talked about the continuous, Gavino, well done. Thanks for all your support. So there's TEF and there's the entrepreneurship